Hey, you crazy cats! 42's live streams and videos are simply not available on vinyl. You will have to go to the YouTubes for that. So if you want content about British traditions and culture, cutting edge social commentary from an unapologetically patriotic perspective, along with a side order of madness you simply will not find anywhere else, then this is the place for you. And to all those early adapters in the chat, don't forget to hit the notification bell. That's how you get the good stuff, and make sure you never miss a tasty treat. So with that being said and done, squeeze yourself in. Let's get into it. You know you want to. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Please delete as applicable because the internet is worldwide and time zones are a thing. Can I get an audio check in the chat, please? And a very warm welcome to everybody. We've got quite a few people in here. Sexy Amaji, what about you? Glad to have you here. Arpa, yes, we're talking about naval stuff. You're going to like this tonight. A wee hat tip to your granddad. Ragnar Ironspear, what about you, chum? Glad to have you here. Sansom, evening, sir. I got the middle bit of your stream this evening. Good stuff, what I heard. It's a duck, what about you? Billy Blogs. Budgie Burglar, what about you, chum? Edmund 184, what about you, chum? How's everybody doing? Hashtag, what about you, chum? You say tic tac. I'm not a granddad yet. I don't think it's ever going to happen. My children are steadfastly refusing to breed. Let's see. Do a little bit of housekeeping. Very warm welcome to anybody that. Oh, Ugly Truth, what about you, chum? Glad to have you here. Rory Herbert, evening, sir. Raymond Piper. Yes, 1805, we're going back to there. Well, unfortunately, I'm not in charge of border patrols, Billy. Otherwise, we would. Yes, bit of housekeeping. Very warm welcome to everybody. Came across from Bonnie Lads News and Sansom earlier on this evening. Real hot tip: if you enjoy my content and you're not already watching their stuff earlier on the Saturday evening, you want to get over there. It's a really good show, and you'll definitely enjoy it. What do we have coming up tomorrow night? Ragnar has. Jack's back this week, along with Ragnar Ironspear, and he's also got, I believe, the Ayatollah. And then you'll have Sansom and DJ Resisting the Lies after that Saturday evening. John Davison, as always, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Always a good stream with him. And that's about all of the plugs that we've got going on at the moment. Dear knows when Toffee's going to pick himself a steady slot, but I can see it coming. Tricky Woo, what about you, chum? Glad to have you here. Mannequin, glad to have you here too. And if I haven't said hello to anybody, shout hello in the chat in the chat, and I'll give you a shout out. Got quite a good show for you tonight. A lot of information. We're going to have a look at Trafalgar Day and the Battle of Trafalgar and all that sort of stuff. We're going to be doing some stuff about Halloween because that's becoming topical this time of year as well. And we've got other bunches of madness that I'm sure you'll all like. But with that being said and done, let's see if we can get our first bit of content up. Here we go. How's this looking? Can everybody see? How's the rating? Right. We might actually do some we might do some Stray Cats. There's MG's picking Toffee streaming time for him. It's all good. Right, hold on. I'm going to make this a little bit larger, I believe. Just zoom this in a little. Here we go. Trafalgar Day. Trafalgar Day is the most important day in the calendar of HMS Victory. It's the oldest commissioned warship in the world, and each year on 21st of October, a ceremony is held on board marking the anniversary of the Battle of Trafalgar, a battle which defined the age of sail and which sealed Britain's domination of the seas for 100 years. Britain's wealth, prosperity, and status as a nation on the world stage still owe much to the courage and skill of the crews of the British ships and their great leader, Admiral Lord Nelson, in that momentous day off Cape Trafalgar. So there you go. First up, we've got the date, which is the 21st of October. Just going to take a quick jump back into the chat. Oh, fuck. Now you've just reminded me I've a meme I should have been I have a meme I should have got pulled out, and maybe we'll get time to grab it. Oh, there's Linda Hunter coming in from down under. Glad to have you here. Is there anything else in here I really need to get involved with? No, I think not. Yes. There we go. And we'll get back to this. But the ceremony on board Victory is an act of remembrance rather than just a celebration of victory, remembering the loss of the country's greatest ever naval leader and the lives of the men on both sides who perished in the fierce battle or subsequently from their injuries. The day starts with the daily naval ceremony of colours as the white ensign of the Royal Navy and the Union Jack are hauled up, followed shortly afterwards by the flag sequence indicating Nelson's famous message to the fleet. And my pet peeve, in this case, is most definitely Union Jack. Whenever the same flag is flown anywhere else apart from a ship, it's a Union banner. And the famous last message was, England expects that every man will do his duty. Nelson's final signal as the mighty ships of the line of the Royal Navy and the combined Franco-Spanish fleet clashed was engage the enemy more closely, which was a very common signal from Nelson. Nelson's tactical genius in splitting the line of the enemy ships had already set the preconditions for victory. When only an hour into the battle, Nelson was hit by a French sharpshooter's musket ball as he paced the Victory's quarterdeck, directing the battle. He fell fatally wounded on the spot, marked by a lovingly polished brass plaque, which forms the centerpiece of the Trafalgar Day ceremony. So now we're going to go into that's a bit about the ceremony. So every year they have a commemoration of the battle, all very formal stuff. Now we're going to get into the actual battle itself. The overwhelming victory over the French and Spanish fleet off Cape Trafalgar on 21st of October 1805 gave the Royal Navy its most famous triumph and confirmed a long tradition of naval supremacy. The battle also immortalised the memory of Viscount Horatio Nelson, who was shot and died of his wounds at the moment of his greatest victory. On 19th of October, a British frigate watching Caldas spotted the Franco-Spanish fleet leaving harbour. I'm going to butcher this name. Philomena's orders were to try and break into the Mediterranean. The message was passed on to Nelson's fleet 48 miles off the coast. He ordered a general chase. By dawn on 21st of October, the British fleet was only 9 miles away from the enemy. At 11:48, HMS Victory hoisted Nelson's famous signal to the fleet. Now, we've got a little picture here, and I'm not sure if the cursor comes up. Actually, can I get this any larger? I'm going to see if I can momentarily. No, that did not help at all. The picture we're looking at is the one in the box, and you've got a straight line of ships. Well, actually, it's like a semicircle, and that would be the enemy ships. And what Nelson did was he put his ships in straight lines, straight parallel lines, and punched straight through that line and got his ships then in round the back end of the Spanish, and that's how he actually won the battle. Now, we're going to find out a little bit more about the battle. So we'll click on that. Battle of Trafalgar. This repeats itself a little bit, but it's not too bad. The overwhelming victory over the French and Spanish fleet off Cape Trafalgar, 21st of October 1805, gave the Royal Navy its most famous triumph and confirmed one. Right. The naval campaign began as part of Napoleon Bonaparte's plan to invade Britain in the summer of 1805. Napoleon needed to gain control of the English Channel to allow his Grand Army to cross. To achieve this, he ordered the French fleet's 3 squadrons blockaded at Brest, Toulon, and other ports to break out, meet in the West Indies, and then return as one fleet to gain control of the Channel. In March, the squadron of Admiral Furlongs at Toulon was able to evade the British blockade, joined up with the Spanish squadron, and left for the West Indies. Nelson learned of his departure on 10th of April and was soon in hot pursuit. Fenelon lost his nerve and immediately returned to Europe. After a minor battle off Cape Finspear, he was bottled up in Colds in Spain. Recognizing that the invasion was now impossible, Napoleon marched his Grand Army to meet the threat posed by Austria and Russia in the east. Nelson's fleet of 27 ships of the line now waited for Fenelon's force to emerge. The fleet was at the high peak of fighting efficiency, having been at sea, blockading the French for almost 2 years. At the end of September, Nelson revealed his plan to his captains. The fleet would split into 2 columns and break through the enemy line and overwhelm the centre and rear sections of the enemy's fleet. On the 19th of October, a British frigate was watching Colditz, spotted the Franco-Spanish fleet leaving harbour. It consisted of 33 ships of the line, including the 136-gun Santa Misa Trinidad, the largest ship in the world. Venezuela's orders were to try and break into the Mediterranean. The message was passed on to Nelson's fleet 48 miles off the coast, and he ordered a general chase. By dawn on 21st of October, the British fleet was only 9 miles away. The enemy. At 11:48, HMS Victory hoisted its famous signal, "England expects every man will do his duty," followed by engage the enemy more closely. The 2 columns led by HMS Victory and HMS Royal Sovereign successfully pierced the enemy line, firing into the bow and stern of the enemy ships as they passed between them. The fighting was severe, and much of it was at close quarters. Many of the British ships were damaged, some seriously, including the HMS Victory, which engaged the French flagship Bannatyne and the Redoubtable. But Nelson's faith in the superior gunnery and ship's handling of the British crews was fully borne out with the capture of 18 enemy ships, including the Santa Misa Trinidad. Venezuela had surrendered at 1345, and despite renewed resistance by some Spanish ships, the battle was over by 1630. A great storm blew up on the 22nd of October, and when it subsided, only 4 enemy ships remained in British hands, most having sunk. The total number of killed and wounded on both sides was about 8,500, while the British took around 20,000 prisoners. Nelson himself had been shot by a musket ball at around 13:15 and died at around 16:30 when victory was assured. The era of British naval supremacy brought about by the victory at Trafalgar lasted for a century until Germany's naval challenge in the first decade of the 20th century. Right, I'm going to take this back to my previous page. I'm going to take a quick jump into the chat. Davey, what about you? Glad to see you pop sticking your head in. Yep, were we able to do things quick in the good old days? Yes, everybody's saying Rudy Choy, which is great. Not much I really need to get into. Yes, they are indeed. Nah. We're going to do a wee bit about Horatio Nelson because we've got through this quite a lot quicker than I thought we would. So we're doing okay. We're doing okay on time. Horatio Nelson. Horatio Nelson is generally regarded as the greatest officer in history of the Royal Navy. His reputation is based on a series of remarkable victories during the Napoleonic Wars, culminating in the Battle of Trafalgar, where he inflicted a crushing defeat on the numerically superior Franco-Spanish fleet. Hit by a musket ball from a French sharpshooter, he died in the HMS Victory, in the knowledge that he had achieved another famous victory. A wee bit more about him. His reputation is based on a series of remarkable victories, culminating in the Battle of Trafalgar, where he was killed in his moment of triumph. The poet Bryan referred to him as Britannia's God of War. Nelson joined the Navy at age 12. Fuck me. 12-year-olds in the Navy. They actually had kids younger than that. Powder monkeys that carried powder for the guns in very small box-like corridors, and they ran about carrying powder about because they needed to separate powder and people because the size of it, if all the powder ignited, then the ship would obviously be lost. In 1770, an experienced sailing in the West Indies, the Northwest Passage, when he was only 14, and in the North Sea. Promoted post captain in 1779 at the age of 20. His first command was the frigate HMS Hinchinbrook. Nelson was later charged with taking the young Prince William, the future William V, to the West Indies aboard HMS Arbondale. When the French Revolutionary Wars began in 1793, Nelson was given command of the ship of the line HMS Agagramon and was assigned to the Mediterranean. There he took part in the capture of Corsica in 1794 while directing guns at the siege of the town of Cavite. He was hit in the face by a shower of gravel and blinded in his right eye. Nelson came to fame in the Battle of Cape St. Vincent on 14th of February, Valentine's Day, 1779, when his initiative in command of HMS Captain helped prevent the Spanish fleet from escaping the clutches of Sir John Jervis's. At the height of the battle, he captured two Spanish ships, the San Nicol and the San Jose, leading the boarding party in person from one to the other. It was extremely unusual for a flag officer to lead such an attack, and was even more remarkable given that the second assault was up the side of a large three-deck San Jose, which surrendered immediately. This heroic action became known in the Royal Navy as Nelson's Patent Bridge for boarding first rates. One of Nelson's few reverses came in July 1797 during an operation to capture the town of Santa Cruz in the Canary Islands. During the second failed attack, Nelson lost his right arm while leading one of the landing parties in an attempt to assault the town frontally. Yeah, so there's an eye and an arm going, and he's still fighting on. In 1798, in command of his own fleet of 14 ships, he destroyed a French fleet of 17 in the Battle of Akbar Bay at the mouth of the Nile. It was the most overwhelming victory in the age of sail. All the key elements of the Nelsonian system were present: personal courage, tactical genius, and sharing of his innovative tactics with his captains, his band of brothers. The breaking of the French line by Captain Thomas Foley and the HMS Goliath was an excellent example of the tactical independence which Nelson expected of his captains. Following the battle, Nelson was based in Naples, where his celebrated liaison became with Lady Emma Hamilton, the wife of a British ambassador. Nelson was only second in command in the fleet sent against Denmark in 1801, but after famously turning a blind eye to the telescope and ordering him to retreat, carried the assault on Copenhagen to successful conclusion. After this success, he was promoted to Vice Admiral and took command of the Mediterranean fleet in 1803. Finally, at the Battle of Trafalgar, on the 21st of October 1805, with 27 ships of the line, he inflicted a crushing defeat on the numerically superior Franco-Spanish fleet of 33, which only 17 escaped, hit by a musket ball from a French sharpshooter on the Redoutable. At about 13:15, he was taken below and died on HMS Victory's Orlop deck at 16:30, and the knowledge he had achieved another famous victory. Nelson's genius was to recognise that at this time both the French and Spanish navies were greatly inferior to the British in professional skill, such as gunnery and ship handling, and all that risks could be taken to win crushing victories. Napoleon's passion for risk-taking lost him a sight of an eye, an arm, and eventually his life, but together with his remarkable charismatic leadership and skills, they created a legend that inspires the Royal Navy to this day. I'm going to come on to that for a bit. Ah, holy good fuck. Sex bots on the starboard bow. Block. And an error occurred. So we're going to try that again. Right, hold on. I'm just checking through comments. I'm trying to get rid of these sex bots. Block user. An error code. They're unblockable. Let's see what happens if we put it on a timeout. Yep, got them. Samsung's lost its date. Ragnar swinging the bomb hammer. Yes, what I was going to say, the way that Nelson ran the Navy, trained his men, became the bedrock of the Royal Navy that we have today. And had in past, what the fuck happened there? $42. Right, hold on. Emma G. Ugly. I thought I had said hello to Ugly Truth. Where are you? Where is Ugly Truth? Do we get him up on the screen? Ugly Truth, really glad to see you here. Honestly, I thought I had said hello. I'm sorry about that, but now you're up on the screen. Big shout out to MG for keeping me right, as always. And she's very rarely wrong. Well, the other thing is that the other thing is that what he did ask was for his mistress to be looked after, which I don't think ever happened. I don't think she ever got a pension or anything. So I honestly don't know. Rory is the answer to that one. Maybe it's one. The way Forty can do whatever the hell he wants. And the other thing I'm about to come on to is, oh, hold on, it's not in that one. Yes, how he trained his men, sent them in the battle, and instilled discipline. Went down through the traditions of the Royal Navy. It's still here today. Hold on, that's not what I wanted. I'm going to get a wee thing up here. Let's see. Here we go. Our next bit of content coming right up. Where is that? Right. Oh, that works me up. 1 second. I'm going to have to fetch a link. It's only going to take me a moment. Here we go. We're over here. RPI, get your ears up, because this sort of involves you a little bit. Just indulge me. Here we go. we're going to talk a little bit about the Royal Navy. Uh-huh. Here we go. Present. Share screen. Share screen. Sure. Going to do a little poem about the Royal Navy that I pen, and you'll notice this. Poem time. And what we have here is a naval soldier from World War II, and yep, our Pi's granddad. That's him up on the screen, and this is my poem about the Royal Navy. It's called "The Men of War." Let me take you on a journey from command deck to the keel, down through the nooks and crannies of this warship built of steel. Judge her strength not by her armour, but look behind each bulkhead door. They are at their battle stations, and they are the men of war. With the frigid depths beneath them, they sail out to meet the foe. Standing alone together, where lesser men would fear to grow. The rookies look to the old hands who'd seen it all immersed before, in the never-ending process that creates the men of war. The ship may creak or shudder under bombardment or monsoon, but these men would never falter. From fear they are immune. Thoughts of Davy Jones's locker may have been there from days of yore, but this is the Royal Navy, and they are the men of war. Hold on, get a one in. The real Jolly Roger, welcome to the show. Why, thank you, kind sir. Uh, that's one of a series of 3 that I wrote about the HMS Belfast that our Pi's granddad was a member of the crew, and I done 3 about the HMS Belfast. So there you go. There's that, and I think I'm going to take that out and have a quick check. Is there anything else I need to do about the Royal Navy stuff? Hold on, get rid of this thing. No, there's not. That's our ahoy. All right, the real Jolly Roger. Well, okay. Thanks for checking in. Billy Blogs, I think I said hello to you already. What's Tic Tac saying? It Somebody will put one in the chat for whatever, and if you like that idea, you put a one in the chat, and if you don't like the idea, you don't put a one in the chat. Sometimes it's used with questions, or put a one in the chat if you agree with X statement. And then you'll have some people put in 1, some people put in 2, some people put in a different number if they disagree. So it's just a way of, yeah, it is. It's like, there's a difference between man of war, which the ship's called, and men of war. I know it's subtle, but it is different. Yep, acknowledgement. we'll have that. Now, what are we going to do next? Yes, we're going to start talking about Halloween. So we're going to talk about Halloween, and we're going to talk about some old traditions. And we're going to have a little bit of video intermission before we do that, and we'll make it Halloween related. I'm going through a video up, and fuck off. Stack spots are back. An error occurred. Put in timeout. No, it's not. Halloween, there's traditions around Halloween from all over Britain that went out to America as well. Hold on. Sansom, that's a very good point. Yeah, if you learn to swim in those conditions, the likelihood is you would just die tired. No, I will not be doing that. I will not be enacting any of the traditions. Yes, Halloween is there's Halloween traditions all over the place. In Britain, they were pretty similar, and they have all been sanitized. But for a little bit of fun before we get into serious stuff, I'm just getting the video lined up. And hopefully it's going to be the right video because I'm watching advertisements get rid of first. Yep. Right, hold on. Yep, right there. Right. Now, hold up. Roy Herbert is correct. It's called All Hallows Eve. Now, do any of you remember doing this malarkey whenever you were a kid? Sure. Theater mode.
Hey guys, so
what
this
the
is
hell?
the tutorial that I wish I had when I was starting out my bubble journey. What we're going to be doing today is building a marketplace from scratch in a way that just teaches.
What the hell just happened there? Yep, Apple bobbing, but the video fucking as soon as I hit play switched for some unknown reason. I'm not pleased about that at all. Right. All right. Hold on. We're back. Right. Hold on. I believe we've got it back to where it should be.
Watch them bob about. Don't they look delicious? Step 3. Start bobbing. Take turns to try and catch one of the apples using only your teeth. You're not allowed to use your hands, so each player must have their hands behind their back at all times. Harder than you think, isn't it? person who catches an apple in the quickest time is the winner. Top tip. If you can, try and catch the apple by its stalk. Oh, and try not to get yourself too wet. Step 4. Clean up. Once you've had a go...
Now, what I will say is, who's saying it's really difficult? Mannequin, here's the thing. It's actually really easy. You've just got to be prepared to get quite wet, because if you get your teeth to an apple, then push the apple down to the bottom, you can bite on it and get it out. It's gift whenever you know how you're doing. The other thing that we would have done in the Boys Brigade was we would have had apples on strings, so you'd like try to boil for apples when they stay dry. I think you'll find you've got that the wrong way around. The real Jolly Roger. All Saints Day was put on top of All Hallows Eve because of how it goes. It's not just a big mouth. You've got to press the apple to either the bottom of the basin or the side of the basin, so that you've got something to actually purchase against. But now we're going to get into Halloween. Right. British traditions around Halloween work a bit like this. Or right. So the deal around All Hallows Eve, the ancient British traditions around All Hallows Eve, now known as Halloween, involve people dressing in disguise and leaving their homes. The reason that they did this was it was thought that this was the night whenever the veil between the living world and the spirit world was at its thinnest. And therefore, the recently past or the longer past could come and visit upon their living relatives. Now, the natural reaction to seeing somebody that has passed over to the spirit world, also known as a ghost, is to be frightened. However, these people these spirits that are coming to visit you are your relatives, and if they seen that you were frightened of them, which was not their intention, they would obviously be embarrassed. And in order to solve that problem, what people would have done is they would have left their house and dressed in disguise, and they would have left their houses and wandered the streets in disguise. Now, what would often happen in the night of enchantment and the mist, people would end up in the next village over, totally by mistake, just because everything was going on that night. And if someone was to meet up with a person that they thought was their husband or wife, and with the way the whole night works, and they couldn't go home because they didn't want to offend the spirits, and they ended up going together into the fields. Believe it or not, it's Billy Blogs offering to sort out the computer and the fucking get the Billy Blog's offering to sort out the computer for streaming and get rid of the advertisements on the videos. So there you go. You say, oh fuck, you couldn't make a shut up. Unblock Origin, free open source content blocker. Yep. Maybe thanks some rags that does 4 things at the one time. But like, thank you very much for your kind offer. Fuck me. These sack bots are fucking starting to do my head in. Yeah, this paying for shit's not really my deal. I tried or not. I was saying to Yama G earlier on today, I'm considering going to the gym every evening whenever the next on day shift to avoid putting my heating on, so I don't think I'm going to be paying for YouTube Premium anytime soon. I know, Billy, and it's much appreciated. Well, anyway. Now, as we get back to Halloween, so you've got all these people that have left their house, they're wandering about, and they bump into people, and because everybody's in disguise, they think it's their husband or wife, and they can't go home, so they trot off in the fields or the woods and do what people do. They do what people do, and then whenever they actually eventually get home the next morning and take off their disguises and all, nobody really talks about what all went on the night before. Now, exactly. Yes, they would have sex with people that they believed was their husband or wife, and it would all be a genuine mistake, and they wouldn't talk about it the next day. Now, back in those days, whenever you're living in back in those days, they were all living in very small sheltered communities. You had a very small village here, a very small village there, and with that comes the problem of inbreeding. But whenever you're getting no, not dogging something totally different. What they were getting then was a guilt-free batch of new sperm, which spread the genes and reduced the problems with inbreeding. There was a bit of that went on at Midsummers. There was a bit of that went on in May, and that's basically what we did. Now, however, what happened was we sanitized and cleaned up our traditions. And we try to pretend that these things didn't happen. And in order to do that, we come up with traditions that and reasons for traditions that put most of it out there, but not the illicit sex bit. And with that, we're going to talk a little bit about Punky Night. Right, hold on. Back to StreamYard. Present, which should be sure. There we go. Share screen. Chrome tab. Sure. Actually, I'm going to make this a little bit larger. Right. So, set up on the screen, it is. No, it wasn't a sex orgy. It was a whole lot of people going off individually into a secluded area, and the night that's now known as Halloween, Punky Night. Nah, here we go. Where Hilton St George, Somerset, Philly Central Stadium on Village Hall. A punky is a hollowed out mangold or mangowizzle with a lit candle inside to make a lantern. Very much like the turnip lanterns we make as children for Halloween in the northeast of England. We make those in. We make these in Northern Ireland as well. Although it's now all went to pumpkins, which are much easier to carve. Yes, before the ubiquitous pumpkin took center stage. Yes, a kitchen's not complete without spoons that have been bent trying to carve out a fucking turnip. The children of Hilton St George carry the lanterns in a procession around the village on the last Thursday of October, chanting a special rhyme. They are led by a punky king and queen, and prizes are given for the best assigned punkies. The origins of the custom are obscure. We get a lot of these, with legends of the original lanterns being made by the village wives going in search of their inebriated husbands lost on the way home from Chelsbrook Fair. Expect at least 250 people to be there, mainly in spooky fancy dress. It seems impossible that Punky Night isn't closely linked with Halloween, where through the custom has its own unique aspects. It bears a strong resemblance to the traditions carried out all over the UK for Halloween. The parade follows a route around the village with stops for Mars dancing, singing the punky song before returning to Village Hall, where the judging takes place. The punkies are hung from a special beam on the stage where the categories of different age groups are read out. And we've got a bunch of pictures of this punky night thing. So there's the people all out moseying about. Bit of marsh dancing, which seems to turn up at pretty much every British festival. There's the lanterns. Smaller lantern. Punky night tonight, punky night tonight. Adam and Eve wouldn't believe it's punky night tonight. Punky night tonight, punky night tonight. Give us a candle, give us a light, it's punky night tonight. I think we've seen, well, yep, we have been through them all. Now, going to drop that one out. Now, hold on. New window. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Close that. File. Open recents. Just gotta get this link up. Go to page. I want to. There wasn't as much as I wanted on the. One second, just find this. One second. Where the fuck is this going? Yes, Punky Night. The tradition goes back over 100 years. It said the men of Hilton travelled to a fair near the village of Chisleborough, and they didn't return when promised. The women of the village went looking for their husbands with marigold lanterns, a marigold crop by farmers, a cross between a turnip and a pumpkin. The woman pulled these out of the fields, carved them out, put candles in them to shed light, and then walked the 4 miles to Chisleborough in search of their drunken husbands. We're led to believe that they did this on the fly. It didn't take them 4 hours to fucking carve out the. It wasn't planned, and it all just sort of happened, and that became the tradition that we now have of lanterns and stuff. I'm believing none of it. But that's the sanitized version, which then leads into what I did as a kid, which is we would have went round, well, it being Belfast, it being the 1970s, we went round our street and the street on the right and the street on the left, and that's as far as you were allowed to go, because nobody was allowed to be, particularly kids. I wouldn't quite say that, but sex happened. We would have went round rapping on doors and collecting money for Halloween, and our rhyme at the time was, Halloween is coming and the goose is getting fat. Please put a penny in the old man's hat. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. If you haven't got a halfpenny, then God bless you and your old man too. Something the sex bots have learned how to not be blocked. You can only put them on timeout, so they're going to keep returning, I believe. So that's a bit about Halloween, and there you go. That's how our traditions have been sanitized. Unfortunately, yes, kids where I live do trick or treat, and I am a bit peeved that they're not going around looking for money for Halloween. I don't like this Americanization of the whole fucking thing. Hold on, we've got to talk about the rhymes. Yeah, there. This is where all of our traditions and stuff have been muxed about a bit, and they've put stuff from one thing into another. But whenever I was a kid, yep, pretty much like the way English kids would have collected a penny for the guy. You'd have went up and down the street and rapping people's doors, and you had to be dressed up, and they would give you some coins, and then the next day you would take them to the shop and buy sweeties. That's the height of it. What we did whenever we were a kid. Mm. I will have a think about that. Given that this is the first time we've really arrived, that doesn't surprise me, Ragnar, but I think down around where you live, people shutting their doorstep all year round. Pack, what about you, Sean? So that's a bit about Halloween. And with that, we're going to go into our first intermission video. People, big news. Nitro Circus, the tour has finished this year, so we're not going to have Nitrous Circus for a while, but we've got a different bit of mountain bike madness. We're going to do a little bit of Red Bull Rampage and just getting it fired up now. Hold on. Yep. Here we go. Pause that there. Share this. Here we go. Wee bit of Red Bull. Yes, bit of Red Bull Rampage coming up. I can agree with that. Oh, you're going some to break a GT frame. No, there's not. Just checking through the chat. Right, here we go. That's that little intermission of madness. So we'll be looking at a bit of Red Bull Rampage. What else have we got for the night? Oh, Lost in the Dark. This one probably should have been done like a week or two ago, but we're catching up now. Okay. Here we go. StreamYard. Present. Share screen. Share screen. Right. I've got a Fictus hardtail, and it's fucking excellent. And the best thing ever invented, I think, is the dropper seat post. We put some sticks in the frame to try and hold it together. I think once that's broke, it's broke. Right. Yes, we need to zoom this in a little bit. Zoom in. Lost in the Dark, Twyford Bells. On a dark October 7th night in 1754, local resident William David lost his way in the dark, travelling home to Twyford in Hampshire. But then he heard the church bells ringing, which told him that he was off course. As the noise came from an unexpected direction, William pulled up his galloping steed just in time to save them both from tumbling over a nearby precarious quarry edge. In gratitude, he asked in his will for that a peal of bells be rung annually on this day, and left a fund so that £1 per year could be spent to provide a feast for the bell ringers. The funds ran out long ago, but the tradition remains. Right. Closer to home is an October 7th tradition from nearby Icebury. 2 days of Feast of St. Oswald, a local tradition that if you rake the ashes of the hearth, make the sign of a cross in them, you'll be protected from fire, water, and other calamities for the year ahead. Quite why St. Oswald inspired this behaviour in Buckinghamshire is a mystery. She was the wife of a 7th century Essex king called Sigi, wanting to stay pure and become a nun. Ulf spawned his amorous advances, and whenever he got a bit too frisky, a white stag would suddenly appear from nowhere and chase him off. I'm calling bullshit in this one. Ultimately, it did us with no good, as she was kidnapped by pirates and beheaded when she refused her advances to. She then miraculously carried her own head back to Essex so that she could be buried whole. Not believing that story. I'm not, but yes, the one I was on about was this Peel, Lost in the Dark Church Bells from Peel. There is that, and he left a whole pound a year for a feast for the bell ringers, and this tradition is still being carried on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sleep well, Mannequin. Right. Oh, fuck. Oh, thanks, Sanson. I'm going to get another couple of people modded up here because this is actually getting a bit obstreperous. There was something else I wanted to show about that. Yes, bell ringing malarkey. Here we go. Just getting this up now. Zoom in. Accept. Back to StreamYard. Present. Share screen. Share again. Chrome tab. Now, I'm not going to read all this. Secondly, autumn is a time for the historic bell ringer supper. In the mid-1700s, the local squire was riding his horse early October morning, and thick mist got lost. Heard the bells. Right. So, last Wednesday, the ringers enjoyed a cordial evening in the Bugle Inn with the support of Lenny Carr Roberts, the landlord. And these are the current bell ringers having their traditional yearly feast. I'm not sure who's paying for it now. I reckon that pound has run out long ago. Fuck off. Yep. So there you go. We picture the bell ringers. So that's that little snippet of a story. And now we're going to do a hold on, check what else I have sorted out. What's in the dark face? Yep, we're going to do a strange sport. But I can't be doing too much midstream, chum. I can't. I'm sorry. I've got enough going on. Oh fuck! Really trying to fix things. Here we go. Our strange sport of the week. Here we go. If you just want to start putting your guesses in what it's going to be, it's going to be a crazy, strange sport. And we'll see who has it in their bingo card. Last week we had ostrich racing, so it's not going to be that. You can be pretty sure that it's not going to be that. 1 second. Right. We are almost there. Here we go. Kangaroo boxing? Nope, not kangaroo boxing. There we go. Tuk-tuk polo.
Traditional polo has been adapted for horses, elephants, heck, even segways. But now, it can even be played from tuk-tuks. The sport was developed as a replacement for another version of polo, played on elephant backs, which was discontinued in 2007 after one of the elephants went on a rampage. Each team consists of players riding 2 tuk-tuks. On each tuk-tuk, there is a driver and another player responsible for striking the ball. Players use short mallet-like sticks to wield the ball that is similar to a cricket ball. The objective of the sport, as with other forms of polo, is to score as many goals as possible by striking the ball through the goalposts. Number 7, underwater football.
Oh shit, I give it a clue for next week. That's not good. What are... Beach volleyball is too mainstream. Did anybody have tuk-tuk polo on their bingo card? Hopefully, mate. Hopefully, we can but hope. Let's see. What am I going to do next? I know what I'm going to do next. Let's see. How long we're going? We're only going just over an hour and 14. I'm going to do this. Right. There's a link in the chat if anybody wants to come on for another. We'll have a bit of a chat. No, it's definitely not going to be underwater football because we will. People know that's coming. There's Paco. What about you, sir?
We will call someone. Hang on.
Oh shit! Hold on, that one. You can't believe. After Paco goes off, we'll do a little Liz Trust thing because I did forget that I was going to do something about that, but never were. Or we can even do it with Paco on. That's all good.
Do it with me on. I'll just sit. I don't mind.
Yeah, we'll do it. Here, before we get on that, Malarkey, how's yourself?
I'm all good. Very drunk right now. So, who knows?
Yeah. See, unfortunately, I need to stay sober on a Saturday night in order to do this because
this is only my third pint of G&T. So I'm probably all right.
Yeah, you're probably okay. Yes, I need to stay sober because if I was to do this drunk, I'm pretty sure my channel would have lasted about a week. Is this is me talking with my filters on full. And a bit of drinking, those filters just like go. Yes. Oh, there's Oxide Viking. Oh, here, I'm going to say something else. I'm going to say 3, possibly 4 is going to be a maximum we can have on here at any one time. And after the 4 people's in, we're not bringing anybody else in because it does become a little bit unmanageable. Anyway, Axel, how's yourself?
Good evening, 42. Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks.
Good.
Yeah.
Hello, Exile.
Well, any excitement?
Well, yeah, I just went for a long walk today, just enjoying the last of the days before they really get short. Because by 5 o'clock, it's already twilight around here, so I'm just trying to make the best of it, going about midday till 4 o'clock. Because I don't really like walking around in the dark, to be honest.
No, it's not the same. At least half of going out in the country and whatnot and walking is getting a look at the scenery.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work so well at night.
And it's also really good to clear your head of all thoughts and just lose myself in nature. Saw a couple of squirrels scurrying around, so just good to see the nature and take a few photographs of the sun setting. So yeah, really good.
Billy Blogg says, I like the dark. Who would have thunk it?
Where I go for walks, there aren't many streetlights, so if I start walking around there, it'll take me ages to get back on the main road. So that's what I mean. I don't like walking around in the dark, nor do I like carrying a torch either.
Yeah.
It really can be very dark, can't he?
Yeah, it's quite heavily wooded around my area, so that's why it's really dark and gloomy. Although I'm not scared of the dark, but I just don't know what's around the next corner.
Yeah. All right, hold on. We've got this up. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to put this to this, and you can let me know what you think of this. Whenever I get this, I'll get it zoomed up a little so it can also be read. View. This is an email I got. Zoom in. So this is an email I got from an organization called avaaz.org. And Liz Truss is gone, but the Tory plans to replace her with another unelected Prime Minister to make a mockery of democracy. The British people must have a say. Join voters across the UK in uniting to demand an immediate general election. And that's a link to a petition to demand a new general election. Dear friends across the UK, Liz Truss has resigned, but under Tory plans, we're not getting a vote on who replaces her. In just 7 days, they want to crown a Prime Minister, the second unelected Prime Minister in 2 months. I'm going to come back on that, put a pin on that.
Yeah.
Makes a mockery of democracy. They have already crashed the economy, making it worse for millions. Now they want to choose our next PM. The British people must have a say. And it just goes on like that. And again, another link to the petition for a new general election and a bit about Avizaz. The Avizaz community has a long record of defending democracy. We faced down the far right in EU elections, opposed Marine Le Pen in France, called for accountability of Trump, and countered the spread of electoral disinformation. We won't rest until everyone everywhere can vote. With hope and determination, Nick,
I've gone right off them already.
Antonia, Ruth, and the whole Aviaz team. So this is, I sign up to these emails and stuff because a want to know what the fuck they're at. It's not
You
because
do so we don't have to. Is that what you're
yeah,
saying?
that's exactly it. Oh, here, hold on. Emma G, what about you?
Hello.
Oh,
Oh, how's this is Emma
You know
G.
her?
Yeah, just a bit. This is Emma G, and this is Emma G, broadcasting from her work.
Well, it's kind of my work. I'm kind of working, kind of not.
Yeah, yes. But so how's everything going with you?
All right. I'm just trying to stay awake for a little bit longer before I can go to sleep in my work.
Yes. And what did you make of the email?
I was kind of didn't see the email because I was kind of
All
backstage
right.
and not really
All
paying
right.
attention.
Yes, you were doing all that right. Basically, I got an email through from a campaign group asking me to sign a petition for a general election. So this is exactly how astroturfed, I think is the proper word, that all this, we've got all these people and they're suddenly wanting a general election. It's that all individually thought of it at the one time. But there's a big email campaign out behind it. So there we go. Packer, what are you thinking?
I think it's a fair point. However, there's nothing in any kind of constitution that says that's necessary. And secondly, who here does any of us vote for? Out of the 650 morons in Parliament, which one of them wants to shut the borders?
I can think of about two.
Okay, well, I'll vote for them then.
Yeah, but you can't because you're not in their constituency. But how our government works is we vote for somebody in our local area. They all go back to Westminster. The one with the most amount of them forms a government, and that political party gets to choose a leader.
Yeah, none of our main parties are shutting the borders. None of them.
No,
And with regards to the economic crisis, the whole world's feeling it at the minute. We're knackered, Europe's knackered, America's knackered, inflation's stupid. It's all over. Changing prime minister or changing party is not going to change that.
no. See, it turns out if you shut down the economy for 2 years and play a whole load of money in the hundreds of
billions. Yeah, who knew?
Yep. If you add an extra like £3 billion coins into the system, each pound coin becomes less worth. Who would have guessed it?
I don't know. This whole money thing must be new because obviously I haven't got a handle on it yet.
Yeah, it. Weimar Republic, Yugoslavia. Whenever I was in Yugoslavia, just before their war broke out there, I honestly don't think I caused it. All I can say is that whenever I was landing to go there on my holidays, the airport was full of fucking MiG jets, but their money had like about 9 knots on it because they'd done the same thing. Venezuela did the same thing. We'll have a bit of a record with this. It's not exactly a surprise. And then they're wanting the government to fix it. And if anybody was to actually do the things that need done to fix things, they would be up in arms about it because that would involve finding out exactly how many people's in the country and then providing services for those people and also evicting the people that are here and using services that aren't supposed to be here.
They've got a fairly good idea how many people's in the country. They just don't want to tell us.
Oh,
for obvious reasons.
I'll tell you who knows exactly how many people's in the country.
Well, the government knows. They're the ones that are picking them up every day and ferrying them about and paying £5 million a year to house them.
Yeah,
they
but
know.
Yeah.
Vodafone, O2, all those phone companies, they know how many people they need to provide service for.
Yeah.
It's and it's like having a ship with a big hole in the side of it and deciding to do everything apart from fucking plug the hole. You honestly do need to plug the hole before you start bailing. And I think these fuckers are in a boat with a hole at one end, and they're sitting at the other end saying, "Thank God this hole's down the other end."
Yeah, whereas at the minute they're just going, well, we need more people with buckets. No, well, now we
Yeah.
need bigger buckets. Now we need more people with bigger buckets.
Yeah, it's like picking at the symptoms instead of dealing with the root cause of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for the record, Emma G is on night shift, but it's a strange sort of a night shift. It's not what she normally does. She's there's a second car as opposed to a primary car, which she normally does. Strange circumstances, which normally she couldn't be able. She would not be able to do this on a night shift. I was just giving her a bit of a ribbon because at least the last time this occurred, I was in work on my night shift and I was getting pictures of somebody sitting.
I was in bed eating toast.
Yes, she was. Oh, not just toast, peanut butter on toast.
Peanut butter on toast.
Oh, a bit of peanut butter on toast, nice. I like that. But yeah, I was busy building the aircraft. It's terrible. But there you go. And then we had a bit of a strange thing. And then because Emma was working, she arrived, come up to see me this afternoon, arrived a little bit later than normal and had to leave a little bit early, and time was all squished, and we had to get a Chinese instead of cooking something. It was terrible.
Small world. I had a Chinese tonight as well.
Yeah. Oh, Ukraine. Oh, fuck, don't get me started. The best thing we can do for Ukraine would be absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, stay the hell out of it.
Yeah. I reckon there's possibly some form of a war crime for extending the duration of a war.
Have you seen what they're doing to Elon? Even though he's spent $80 billion or something supplying them with satellites so they can talk to each other on the front, then he suggested peace talks and all. Now he's the bad guy.
Yeah. Oh,
so he's just like, okay, then I'm done.
Yep. They're free.
Good luck.
Their free satellites have went away.
Yeah.
The exact quote, I think the exact quote from him was, "You just told me to fuck off, so I'm complying."
Yeah, one of them did, didn't they? Yeah, he said that. What a knob.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree with you guys. We need to stay the hell out of Ukraine. It's not our war, and it's nothing to do with us. They need to sort it out themselves. It's just this whole idea of inviting ourselves to another country's war is just going to end up in a disaster for everybody.
What makes me laugh is the MSN always headline it with Russia's illegal war. Like,
oh yeah,
any country ever invited another one to invade them and said, yeah, that's okay.
Oh, you know what annoyed me is recently I was reading, just glimpsing the headline. It's the Metro paper. It's free around here. It's saying Russians on the retreat. And then later on, I checked some other sources. In fact, it's the opposite. The Russians are staying where they are. They're not budging. So I don't know where they're getting these lies.
You're not telling me the mainstream media is lying to us, are you? You're not saying that, surely.
Perish the thought, sir. Perish the thought. Yeah, the MSM is just propaganda and BS, to be honest. I'm full of lies. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know what was the. Can anybody remember the last thing the mainstream media were honest about? I mean,
I've
they
never
can't.
known them. Never
Yep,
known them, to be honest.
they can't even get the.
Um,
They can't even give you
I
the
think it
weather.
was when
Honestly,
there was a Duke shot in Europe. See, what was it then?
when what?
There was a Duke in Europe got shot.
Oh, Franz
Oh.
It was
Ferdinand.
about then.
Yeah.
Yep.
1913.
Yeah.
Yes, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
That's the one.
Yep. Uh,
Yeah.
they definitely didn't spin that one. But, but I mean, whenever you can't even believe them on the weather.
Exactly. I mean, often enough, 42, they say around here it's going to be overcast. And often I've looked up at the sky in the day when it's supposed to be overcast at that time of day and it's bloody sunny or clear. I'm like, the only truthful, reliable weather forecast is my two eyes. Just look up at the sky and see for myself. Yeah.
Well, generally speaking, in Northern Ireland, we have two types of weather. It's raining or it's going to be raining. And
What here?
yeah, but yes, but we keep getting told it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter.
Yeah. Surely you're not suggesting they're lying to you.
Oh, Emma G
Okay.
just wanted to surprise me, so she's jumped back out again. And Emma, thank you very much for coming in. It was a very pleasant surprise. Yep. It's like the whole thing's absolute madness.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually getting, sorry if I can just mention something here. The thing I'm getting a bit concerned about is I am certain in sometime in 2023, some major shit is going to kick off in Europe. And I think my finger is pointing right on France, possibly spreading to Belgium. And the reason I say France is because of this recent case of this young girl that was murdered. I think it's just going to. People have finally have said enough is enough, and now I think it's the straw that has broken the camel's back. Because I got informed by a friend a few days ago that he said on Saturday the Yellow Vests are coming out to protest about that, but don't expect the mainstream media to report it. And if they do, they will label them as far right extremists like they always do. So yeah, I think something major is going to kick off early next year or by spring at the latest. I just get a feeling about this, and so do people I know.
Linda Hunter's putting in, why did it take down Paul Joseph Watson's video about the French girl? Linda, I hadn't heard anything about that. I didn't even know Paul had done one. To be totally honest with you, I've heard very little about that girl. But yeah, they've took it down because they don't want people talking about it, hearing about it.
They don't want to instigate people to rise up because they know that could be the catalyst to cause an insurrection, and they don't want that. That's the reason.
I don't know. This, if you're waiting for the people to rise up and physically take things back, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I'll be totally honest with you. We have a problem in that the people think like we think, want things done proper, legitimately, and legally.
Yeah.
And you can't properly, legitimately, and legally rise up and take over the country. So you're in a paradox. Like whenever I look back at what happened here in Northern Ireland during the 70s, and we had large numbers of British Unionist men that were on the streets. We had paramilitaries, but they had a very sharp parameter of what they were prepared to do and what they were not prepared to do. And basically what they were prepared to do was try to protect their own area. It was like the start, middle, and the end of what they were going to do. We did pull down the government in Northern Ireland via a strike, but we didn't physically pull it down. And we were on a steady diet of, I reckon, probably 10 explosions a week.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't do it, I don't think anything will.
Well, it was different. I know I know it's all bad, but it was different times. 42, but I feel back then the general population was more willing and ready to do more than they would do today. Today, they're all too scared to say the wrong words online. But back then, there was no such thing as the internet. So I think more people could we just say, were more active and more ready to defend themselves and each other if push came to shove. That's just my take, but I could be wrong. But also, I never lived through that because I wasn't born during those times or lived in that situation.
Yeah.
I think it's different. I think it's a case of people. If people, I mean, we all know where to look. So if people were aware, if they were looking in the same places as us and getting the truth, if they were watching Paul Joseph Watson and Salty Cracker and the rest of them,
yeah,
they would be aware. But they're not, and they're not en masse because they're told 24/7, 365 days a year by the mainstream media that we're all right-wing nut jobs, and we shouldn't be listened to, and we shouldn't be looked at or engaged with or anything. Just no, ignore them. They don't know what they're on about. But if you go back to times in the past, like the poll tax, for instance, right? Everyone knew about the poll tax. You couldn't avoid it. It was in everybody's faces, and we did something about it. People stood up and went, "No, I owe poll tax in 3 places that I never paid." I was in London, and there was riots in Trafalgar Square. You remember it? They wrecked the joint, right?
I know of them, but I wasn't.
If people are aware of what's gone wrong, then enough people will stand up and say something and do something about it. And it doesn't have to be, blowing up Parliament. You just stand up and go, no.
Well, that's it. It has to be coordinated. The problem is, until something really affects everybody in this country, no one will do anything. It's the bystander syndrome. They're all waiting for someone else to do the first hit, basically the first move, and then when they see it making progress, then they may join in. But that's how I see it. It's like bystander syndrome. They're not going to make the first move.
That's the difference. That's what I'm saying. It's not that it's bystander syndrome. It's that enough people are unaware. I mean, I speak to people every day that still think that Trump said inject bleach into yourself. They believe
that was debunked.
That's what they were told.
Ago.
Trump said inject bleach into yourself.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And that's what they believe because that's what they were told because they haven't bothered to do, an hour's worth of research themselves to actually look at what he actually said.
I know people.
Entirely bright when he said it, but that isn't what he said.
I know we know that. But
people.
I know people who watched the actual press conference, right? And heard him saying that we need to get doctors involved, and it needs to be a proper medical procedure, and it needs to be. We need to figure out the proper procedure for it, and still thought that Trump said, "Inject yourself with bleach."
Mm-hmm. And you know the scary thing is,
Pax Max, what about you? Sorry, just saying hello to Pax Max. Go on.
No, I was just saying the thing is there's some idiots who probably tried to do that and ended up in serious problems, literally poisoning themselves and then saying, "Oh, Trump told me to do that," when that's stupidity.
Yeah.
Oh well, there was that woman that gave her husband fish tank cleaner because she was trying to kill him, and then tried to blame Trump on it.
Yeah, I never heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me. The brain dead people.
Here, I'm going to stick a wee video on, and you can let me know what you have to think. let me
Yeah,
know what you
okay.
think about this. This is from Belfast in 1972. Right, just get it up here. By the way, this was on. This is an extract from the 6 o'clock news. Right, this is not something that was hidden. This is what we actually had for our news.
The decision to call the UDA back onto the streets was taken within an hour of today's bomb blast in the Standard Bar. The explosion came less than 24 hours after a barman was shot dead in another pub just 50 yards away. Tonight, UDA volunteers wearing their paramilitary uniforms are helping to control traffic along the Shankill Road. A UDA spokesman claimed that as many as 2,000 men will be on duty tonight throughout the city. The UDA had suspended their patrols just over 2 weeks ago when the army invaded the Catholic no-go areas. But tonight they were claiming that the army can't give the Protestant areas the same protection as their own volunteers. Their official statement said that the patrols are to assist the military operations, and they say they'll now continue indefinitely.
Split them up, 2 sides.
I asked the vice chairman of the UDA exactly what the patrols would be doing.
Well, we intend to see that the terrorists are stopped. The security forces have obviously failed to stop them. We have no alternative but to try and stop them ourselves. This we will try to do.
In your statement, you say that if you do come across any of the bombers, they'll be meted out with UDA justice. What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, I'm sorry I couldn't comment on UDA justice. The only point we could state about it is that Mr. Whitelaw's justice doesn't seem to work.
As far as the UDA were concerned, the bombing of the Standard pub, one of the most popular bars in the Shankill, was the last straw. The army had only just warning time, enough to clear out the lunchtime drinkers. The bomb had been left in a GPO engineer's van at the corner of Agnes Street in the Shankill Road. The explosion fractured a water main and extensively damaged buildings up to a quarter of a mile away. The army were concerned that local residents were reluctant to leave the area because they thought it was just another bomb hoax. And this is one reason why so many people had to be taken to hospital and treated for shock. 2 hours later, 4 armed men left a 40-pound parcel bomb at a petrol station in the Antrim Road. Army disposal experts were preparing to defuse the bomb when it went off. There were no casualties, but the garage was wrecked.
Unbelievable.
Right. That was our 6 o'clock news.
Honest,
And
that was honest reporting.
Right. Nah. And we did. You seen the men that there was there on the street that obviously were very, very not happy.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we did not rise up and throw out the government. So on the basis of that, I'm not quite sure when that would ever happen. I also honestly don't think trying to rise up and throw out the government's a good move.
Well, I don't think it's a good idea either, because now you have anarchy.
Yeah, we've no alternative.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I said,
anarchy and chaos.
650 morons in that parliament. Who are you picking?
Yeah.
Can I just mention one thing about that video which I have observed? In the past, whenever the reports came from Northern Ireland, they always just painted the loyalists, the paramilitaries, as the bad ones, as the aggressors. They very rarely ever used the words that the IRA and Republicans went out their way to harass and kill unionists. That was never mentioned, but they always worded it in a way to make unionist people look like the bad guys who were always starting the violence. You know what I mean?
Like, see the street where that bomb was in?
Yeah.
That was a normal terraced street that happened to have a bar at the corner of it. Like, there's, it's not in a city centre. It's in the place where people live. And also,
like a residential area.
Yeah, yes. And there was a bomb in that same street round about 20 days earlier.
It's just unbelievable, really. All that, when you think of it, all that this has been happening.
Yeah,
It really is.
It beggars belief, but I don't know. I don't know how we vote our way out of this. I don't know how we get political representatives that are willing to do what needs to be done and actually want to. You know, the first thing I would do, I would bring in a quota of MPs that don't have a university degree. I would say,
yeah, we've got to do something. I don't know. I don't know how it works in Northern Ireland, but in on mainland, all the MPs go to the same 4 or 5 schools. None of them live the life that 98% of the population live. None of them know what it's actually like.
Exactly. They're out of touch, like all of them.
We have the same political elite, and as much as they may speak with a more working class accent, they have pretty much all went through university and all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think a good starting point is half of the people that you nominate have to have not went to university.
I agree with that on the premise that there's an IQ test.
Yeah, well, yes, we are.
Go along with that. You know, IQ test to prove that you're, you know, a rational, intelligent,
exactly
human being.
The only way
university shouldn't be a thing you should have to do to have any power.
And intelligence is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Right, that's intelligence. Right,
it should be done like jury service.
Yep. Intelligence is somebody's intelligent because they know that a tomato is a fruit, and somebody's clever because they don't put it in a fucking fruit salad.
Yeah.
And when you know, we've a lot of people that are intelligent, but they have the fucking ounce of common sense.
The thing is, 42, they might be academically intelligent, but they're not socially intelligent. And the only way to have people knowing how to run the country would be working class, normal, down-to-earth people who see reality for what it is, not this rose-tinted world that all these stupid political elite plonkers seem to go into, because it's just a world with similar idiots, and it's just to benefit themselves. They don't care about the normal people.
Oh, here's another thing. All politicians must have a residence in a working class area of their constituency.
Yeah, but they don't interact with people, even though they have surgeries. But I just don't think they really are.
No, they don't need a surgery. They need to live there like 5 days a week.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you there. It was breaking up.
No, they must have a residence in a working class area within their constituency.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But hasn't experiments been done like that before, where all these Tory MPs in the 90s, some of them went on like a social experiment. They rented a place in a working class area. They had a budget of £25 per week just to shop in the basics.
And they did it for a fortnight.
Yeah, and they made out, I'm so humbled. To them, it was just a fun and games. And it was like, I'm so humbled. No, they weren't.
Yeah,
they
did
just
it for a fortnight in the summer. Yeah.
It
was awful.
And went back to their own rich lifestyle after that.
And you can guarantee that street that they lived in, that place, was handpicked.
Oh, of course. They're not going to sit in the middle of a council block. No.
No, even in the 90s, you had bunches of universally educated people moving into working class areas that lived there and didn't interact with anything around them.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I would say that there should be a house in a working class area of every constituency, and that's where the MP for that area lives.
Yeah,
And yeah,
that's a good idea.
yeah,
In fact, I might mention that to John Davidson so that he can mention it in his manifesto.
Well, he's just arrived. Evening, John. Glad to have you
just
here.
the person I want to see.
I think that would be a decent starting point. They might actually get a bit of an education on what people are living with. The other one that was quite interesting is they did a social experiment in America. Now, I know America's a vast, vast place. I believe it was somewhere in California, but I could stand to be corrected. And they surveyed the people in an area, a majority white area, about how they felt about Black people, Asian people, all that sort of stuff. And then for 2 months, they paid Black people to get buses and get underground things, like between 8 and 9 in the morning, where you would be going to work, and between like 4 and 6 in the evening, where you would be coming back from work, and just sort of be in those areas where you have buses, where you have tubes and underground trains and whatnot, and just to be there. And then they surveyed the people again, and the responses had all changed. They'd done it in like the more affluent areas that were majority white, and it was more affluent, and their opinions changed as soon as they seen people that didn't look like them living in their area. But what happens with working class people, particularly those at the very bottom end of the working class communities, is they have an influx of people in their area. It puts a pressure on the housing strain, and then the people at the bottom can't get housing, and they end up going somewhere else pretty far away, and they lose any survival network they have around them, any security blanket. And
the community
breaks up the community.
Yep, and then those individuals that were already marginalised, they don't do very well at all whenever they're put into a different soup, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Well, the putting people far, far away also breaks up their communities. I think that's deliberate. It's not just for a better starter, and it's just deliberate too. It's all part of some big grand experiment just to break up communities and demoralize people in preparation for whatever's coming.
Oh no, this is not an experiment. How multiculturalism works.
Yeah, exactly. The cultures coming in, they keep their communities. That's what they aim at.
Yeah,
they will sit in a hotel until they get somewhere that's in their community.
Yep,
like East London or Birmingham or wherever. They won't go anywhere until they get somewhere. But it's the native population that are just told to go on, jog on somewhere else. Off you go.
If you start off with a homogeneous country, and then you put a community of East Indian people, a community of Chinese people in a different area, a community of African people in a different area, actually a community of Nigerian people, and a community of Ayataran people. Because
you can't blame them for this, because this is natural. If I went to Spain, you 100% correct. I would go where all the British people are.
Yes, you.
Well, wouldn't I? That's
Yes.
what I'd do. So when when others come here, that's what they do. It's natural. It's an in-group preference. Everyone's got an in-group preference.
Exactly.
It's
In-group
normal.
preference.
Yes, but whenever a country gets to the stage where it's got 7 or 8 different cultures in pockets inside the country, that's whenever it's classed as multicultural because it's got multiple cultures.
Yeah. But the thing
Yeah.
is, multiculturalism, as we know, and the politicians have admitted it, has been a dismal failure.
Oh no,
because they
it's
don't
worked.
interact.
No, oh no, they weren't. They were never supposed to interact. They were supposed
Yeah.
to be a community. The intention was the people from Pakistan come and they live in an area that's filled with people from Pakistan, and they get their Pakistani food from the Pakistani shop, and they buy their clothes from the Pakistani tailor, and they have a community that looks very like Pakistan, but it's residing inside Great Britain. Then you have a bunch of people from Somalia, and they have their shops that sell Somalian food, and they have their
Hair
Somalian
products.
restaurants. Right, and so you have a bit of Great Britain that's now Somalian, and you do the same thing with different cultures, and they were never supposed to mix around the edges. What they want is a host country with 5 or 6 different areas that are a different culture from it, and then you've got 7 cultures going through. we love our Somalis. Oh, they're so good. But that
Oh, they're so sweet.
yeah, that was the plan. Multiculturalism has worked exactly as the people who came up with it intended it to work. Now, whether or not it's good for a country is a totally different question, but it has worked.
Yeah, it's worked at dividing everybody against each other. That's all it has done. Caused division. It hasn't brought everybody together. And I hate
I
the
have to
word
I have to
diversity
let
as
this
our
cat
greatest
out. I'll be back in a
strength.
sec.
Right, okay. Talk to you shortly, Packer.
Yeah. 42, obviously, during a live stream, there's only so much I can say and I'm willing to say for the sake of the channel, but if we can have a private talk one day, I would certainly go a bit less filtered with my opinions and things, as you know.
Yep. Oh no. Well, we'll get a private. You've got my number, mate, haven't you? We'll get a private chat. That's not a problem.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, around my area, every Sunday there's an avalanche of black people coming. I think they're like Baptists, but they commandeer the community hall for several hours, and I can hear thumping, religious music and dancing. And I look out my window, and it's like 100 people. And my neighbour rightfully said, "It's Mogadishu every Sunday morning." Said he wakes up to the thumping and the singing.
Yeah, it's that is not good.
But that only started 4 months ago, because before that there was nothing, and now suddenly there's an avalanche of, I don't know where they're from, but none of them were speaking English. And if I go past them, just started my walk, they all seem to stare at me like I am the intruder. And I feel to say, hey, this is my area. Get used to it and don't give me the dirty looks. And they're all suited up as well. They're not poor. They're all quite comfortable.
Yeah, it is quite disgusting.
Yeah, it really is. And that's another thing I noticed about a lot of these Africans. There's been an avalanche of well-dressed, very wealthy-looking Africans. They don't look poor and malnourished. So it makes me think that they were wealthy all along, and they decided to immigrate to the UK. And of course, they were made welcome, but they're certainly not poor-looking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There are Africans over here that are doing quite well.
Quite a lot are around here. Quite a lot look quite comfortable and affluent. Yeah.
I can't believe I've done this. It's Halloween and I can't find the meme I was looking for. I've got Right, hold on. I'm going to make do with this one and do a bit of talking. Right, here we go. Present, share screen. Oh, window. That's it. This Halloween, make good use of your gender studies degree and put it around your neck and dress up as a fucking idiot. No? You know how people dress up for Halloween? Get your gender studies degree, put it around your neck, and dress up as a fucking idiot. No? Oh, fuck. Oh, well. That fucking derailed all of that. Right, take us back out. There you go.
You know what the other favourite subject is for these clowns? Cultural studies. That's another one. And they're not even real. They're not even real degrees. And they
No.
think, and they've got the cheek to think that they're educated as well.
Oh, they are educated. They're just unintelligent.
No, they're uned. It's not a subject like in par with medicine, law, or science. That's what I mean. These are real degrees.
Yes, Amaji's right. That one did bomb. No, well, gender studies, as it is, started off as women's studies, and then had to get told, change to gender studies.
Yeah.
And from that, they took everything that was in women's studies and they applied it to race. And
of course,
yeah. And
I don't get gender studies. Like, there's two genders. How long does that take?
Oh,
less than a second.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely less than Black History Month, isn't it? It's definitely less than
Black
that.
Fantasy Month, I call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you know what they teach in gender studies?
I have an idea, but to be honest, I'm not really interested in looking.
Okay. Gender studies teaches feminism. Right. In the same way that whenever they go in and do race theory, it teaches critical race theory. Well, gender studies teaches feminism. The backbone of all the gender studies curriculum was designed by, well, one of the famous women that put that curriculum together in the late 50s, early 60s was Sally Miller Gerhardt, who wrote an essay called "The Future, If There Is One, Is Female," which is where all the slogans of "Future Female" comes from. And in that essay, she proposed that the male population should be reduced to and maintained at 10% of the total population in order to have a stable society.
Or a society to suit them, not for the common good of everybody else.
No.
We're billy goats, are we?
Yeah. Yes. What they wanted was a sealed off sperm repository, and people open jars.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. And
I had this conversation with someone at work the other day, a woman at work, and she's fairly well enlightened and not a feminist. But I said to her, like, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but if you did away with men, who builds the roads? Who builds the buildings? Who runs the oil rigs? Who cleans the sewers? Who services the pylons? Who works in? Who does all these jobs that are just? I mean, there's probably 80% of jobs in the world that are just shit.
Yep. But
it's fair enough. I think it's fair enough that women were invited, as it were, into the workforce, and good on them. And anybody that wants to take part, more power to you. But they seem to be very selective in their choices. I'm not talking about like nurses and cleaners and carers, salt of the fucking earth, and we need them. You know, I'm not denying any women's place in the world wherever she wants to be. But you know what I mean?
See, apparently there are not enough women CEOs at the heads of companies.
Yeah, but they're never worried about there's not enough women cleaning the sewers, are they?
Yeah, the number of female sewage workers is exactly where it needs to be at 0. Oil rig workers, not so worried.
Working down in mines as well. I wouldn't really want women working in these dangerous conditions.
Well, to be totally fair, I don't want women working down there either.
No, I don't.
You know, it's I'll tell you another place I don't want women. I do not want women on the front line. And
exactly, I was going to say that. That's the thing. Women might have a place in the military in different roles, but as frontline soldiers, no way. I would not want that.
Oh, women always did have a place in the military. There was always stuff that women did in the military, but it wasn't the frontline fighting.
They were back at the field. They were the hospitals and all those things, and then the nursing and the medical.
Oh, not only that, communications, switchboards, driving ambulances in the rear, all that type of stuff.
Yep, and also mostly as well in the medical side of the army, because nurses that was traditionally a woman's job, a nurse in that sense. But as soldiers, no, I don't think women should be in frontline duties.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a point there. Female firefighters can't open a standard reinforced compartment door. See, what we have done is we have changed the standards of what you need to do to change fitness standards, change strength standards. We've reduced all those.
Just take a look at our police force.
Yeah.
Just take a look at our short, dumpy police force that we got now.
Yes,
but couldn't chase a criminal 2 blocks.
But here's the thing. If you read the Scum Manifesto by Valerie Solange and Sharon Stone, it says that Scum, by the way, is Society for Cutting Up Men. And what they wanted to do was get women in the jobs that they couldn't do and have the woman doing the job making a fuck up of it. And whenever she was fired for making a fuck up of it, put a different woman in that job that was going to make a fuck up of it. Hold on. No, not Scum the movie. Scum the...
Billy.
Yep.
But that's a good movie, by the way.
I might actually do a stream in the Scum Manifesto. Yep. Scum Manifesto. Society for Cutting Up Men is the name of the manifesto. And what they were saying is, we'll get a woman into a job and she'll make a fuck up of it. And then she'll get fired, and then we'll put different women in, and she'll make a fuck up of it. And what we'll eventually do is just fuck up the whole society and fuck up the whole institution. And whenever you have a look at firefighters, whenever you have a look at the army, whenever you have a look at a whole lot of the other places, they haven't actually pretty much managed it.
You know, the thing that bothers me is all the while this is going on, there are people in the world that would like to see the white race wiped from the planet. And what is their society doing? They're not doing that.
Well, the only thing about it is, what are they going to do whenever the white people aren't there? Because we're the people that actually produce anything. Yep. And not only did she shoot Andy Warhol, she never got any conviction or anything for it. And he did eventually die from those wounds. Granted, it was many years after. You know. Yep. That exactly my point. Who is going to run the place, and what's going to be left to run? If here's the other thing. See if men didn't like women, we would still be living in mud huts. Mud huts. The number one drive for creating anything is men chasing women and needing.
You don't need to tell me that.
Yeah, right. That's exactly that. See if there wasn't women, we would all be sitting in a fucking mud hut, brewing beer and fishing and being happy with.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to actually make something of yourself to attract a decent woman. And that's why we've done it all. That's why Everest was climbed. That's why the fucking source on an Isle was found. That's why everybody did everything, because they did it for recognition. And in order that they would impress people.
So what you're saying is there's certain status quo there that didn't really ought to be messed with.
Yeah.
The good of humanity.
Yes. The number one driving force is the number one driving force for prosperity and progress is thin women in short skirts that make men want to do things.
Yeah.
That make men want to impress them. And that's how you get shit done. There was actually there are tech companies in Asia that pay good looking women to be about the factory and
that happens the world over. That's the world over.
Yeah,
like,
don't be doing any
receptionist on the front counter, do you?
Oh, but no, but this was further than that. This was in the background, and they were paying these women to just be about make tea and doing stuff. Whatever you do, don't fucking put your hand near a computer. That's for those boys to do. But the productivity went through the roof whenever they had these females about that they were trying to impress.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does well for the workforce. It does well for anyone that's walking into that business.
Do you know where you see a lot of pretty women hired, especially in bars and clubs? I mean, every pub I've been to is always a nice looking woman behind it, and all the guys basically jumping around trying to impress her by over tipping her every time they buy a beer. It's laughable, but I see it's basically a sales, it's basically a motive to get customers in, and especially the guys to part with the money.
Yeah, and I see how that works, and I kind of get the argument that isn't really how it should be. That everybody should be taken on merit. However, there are certain functions that pretty women perform better than anyone else. I mean, there's probably better, there's definitely better, not so good looking female receptionists, and there's definitely better male receptionists, but they cannot perform that function in the same way.
And traditionally, a receptionist job has always traditionally been a female job. I've not seen many men as receptionists.
To welcome someone else from outside to your business. You want that. You want them to be competent, good at their job and knowledgeable and everything, and be able to do it well. But you can be all of that. But if you haven't got the pretty face and the thin legs and the short skirt, you're going to lose out to the girl that has.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you something else. There's many a man has arrived at a building ready to give off stink about X, Y, or Z. Opened the door, had a look at who was behind the desk, and his demeanor has just changed.
Yeah, he's walked through the door ready to give them shit, and then all of a sudden that's changed.
Oh yeah, basically diffuse them.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, that's just the way the world works. There's, there are roles to be filled. There are ways that things work best, and that's how that is.
Speaking of women, I have a question for you, 42. I meant to ask it earlier on. In the PSNI, do you notice what is the balance between male and female officers?
I honestly don't know, but here's the thing: they're currently not hiring unionists, and have not been for quite a long time.
That's discrimination
Uh,
based on their religion and their background.
yeah, but it's positive discrimination, so you're allowed to do it.
Well, I can see why they're doing it.
Oh,
But the reason I'm asking about females, I'll get to that in a moment, but I'll let you finish what you're saying.
yeah. I don't know what the gender breakdown in the PSNI is. It seems to be more. It seems to be from watching them moving about and stuff. We still have a lot more males than we have females.
Yeah.
But then the chances of a police unit needing a tactical support group at the Hurry in Belfast is much more than that in Manchester. And when you send them out, you all better be 6 foot.
Yeah. I'm built like shit houses, basically.
Yeah, well, they don't need to be shit houses anymore because they've got them fucking ninja costumes.
No.
They're the padding and all, and that's all up to here. So, I mean, they're there, and they've got to see whenever there's ever a rat.
Yeah.
You'll notice this. There's never been a rat where the police didn't turn up dressed for a fight.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell. You can tell whether or not there's going to be trouble at any event by looking at the police officers.
Of course.
Yep. Soft caps, soft uniform. There's not going to be trouble.
It's just going to be mostly shouting and
whenever
a few lawyers. Yeah.
Whenever the people in the soft uniform walk out and the Ninja Turtles walk in, you know that there's about to be trouble.
Yeah, that's the images more familiar with the hard helmets and the padded body armor with shields and all that, because they're anticipating things thrown at them.
No, they're in that because they're there to start it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's always the riots that I only ever saw in the news, never the soft uniforms.
Oh, trust me, pretty much. Well, on the unionist end of it, pretty much every riot that there's been here has been started with the police.
Well, you kind of reminded me now of a couple of years ago when the BLM riots kicked off, and it was 27 police officers injured in mostly peaceful BLM protests against police in soft uniforms. And the following week, when the Patriots turned out to protect statues,
They were in
6
turtle
police
uniform.
officers injured in right-wing riots. I think it was phrased as in the mainstream media.
Billy, you don't even need agent provocateurs. Here's how it works: you have a bunch of people peacefully protesting, right? And they're standing on the pavement, and they're protesting. And you find an older man or an older woman that's standing beside 5 or 6 young people, and you go provoke the older person to say something, do something, whatever, and you attempt to arrest them. And the uninformed younger people try to intervene, and then you hit those with the batons. And that's exactly how it's done. I've seen it far too many times for it to be a fluke. It's a tried and trusted. See, the only time there's ever riots is whenever the police have decided they want one.
Yeah.
They police it in such a way to provoke the riot, and then they get back behind their armored cars and go, look what them people did.
Yeah, that's.
But if they had policed it differently, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. Right. Well, can I before I forget, the reason I was asking about the balance between male and female officers. Well, all the police officers of PSNI I ever see are males, and any of them that have ever been interviewed and their name is dropped, it's always like it's names like O'Connell, O'Donnell. It's like names of Catholic people. It's not like normal people. But I'm noting it's very one-sided, and I thought I was the only one maybe not noticing, but I have now started to notice a pattern.
They're where I live, they're called the police serving nationalist interests.
The what? Sorry, say again.
Police serving nationalists' interests. And by the way,
name of them, yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, over here, a nationalist is an Irish nationalist.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to word it, but it's basically names that you would find of nationalist Republican people.
Yeah, nationalist Republican. Over here, the people on our side do not call themselves nationalists; they call themselves unionists because we are for the union.
Yeah, okay.
The nationalists are the people that want a one-state island of Ireland country.
Yeah, they want United Ireland. And I encountered somebody like that last week, but I can tell you in a minute about him. And he wasn't even Irish to begin with. Yeah.
Billy Blogs is asking how come they still attack the place, because they're still not Irish enough for them. It's all look. Here's the other thing. See if you join the police in Northern Ireland. Say you come from a working class background. You better have moved house before you join the police. There are no police officers live in our working class areas. They just don't. They need to get out into a middle class area before they actually join.
Far, far away from their area that they patrol, for starters.
No, well, it doesn't matter what. Far away from the place where you can come home to your real. Do you ever remember the advertisements for coal? And we just showed you a nice glowy hearth and say, "Come home to your real fire."
No, I don't. No, I don't think so.
No, well, that was like an advertising campaign for coal. And it used to be you showed you a fire and a hearth, and somebody sitting in an armchair with their socks and their feet near the fire getting warmed, and used to say, "Come home to your real fire." And it used to say on the walls around Belfast, it said, "Join the RUC, come home to your real fire."
Okay. I've actually, about 10 years ago, we have a thing in Glasgow called Piping Live. It's a bagpipe festival a whole week. Well, there was a retired police officer. He had been with the RUC and he did a couple of years with PSNI, but he got injured, so he just retired from it. But he basically said that he has to live like 40 miles away from where he works, and before he leaves the police station, he changes into civvy clothes because he could not afford anybody following him and finding out where he lives.
Right, hold on, I need to address this. Linda, it's not because they're Catholic, it's because they're Irish nationalists. The religion, there's a division between Protestants and Catholics, but the division isn't because they're Protestant and Catholic. They're Protestant and Catholic because they were already a divided society. And getting transported was not only the worst thing that happened. There was plenty of Protestants transported.
Mm-hmm.
That we have a "woe's me" from Irish nationalists that say that there's nothing that. Here's the interesting one. You speak to a feminist, and a feminist will tell you that all men hold all power and use that power to the betterment of all men and the detriment of all women. That's what they say, right? Okay. Now, you speak to an Irish nationalist, they will tell you that all Protestants in Ireland, all Protestants hold all power and use that power for the betterment of Protestants and betterment of all Protestants and detriment of all Catholics. Now, if you talk to somebody from Black Lives Matter, they'll tell you that all white people hold all power and use that power for the betterment of all white people and detriment of all black people. Now, the only way that those arguments can be made is if you ignore the existence of rich women, black people, Catholics, and the existence of poor men, white people, Catholics. And what you find is that this critical race theory, critical feminist theory, is the exact same thing that was used with the promotion of Irish nationalism. It's the same Marxist shit put on a different shovel. And at the very bottom end of this is Marxism. In 1968, the Irish civil rights movement began with people calling for one man, one vote. Very small problem with that. 1921 Representation of Peoples Act. Every person in Great Britain got the right to vote. Male, female, Protestant, Catholic, Hindu, Sikh, whatever. So they were calling for something that you already had the right for. But that started in 1968. 1968, we had the Tet Offensive in Vietnam. 1968, we had the riots in Paris where the students revolted and took over an area of the city for 3 weeks. 1968, we had the formation of the Basque separatists. 1968, we had the formation of the Quebec supremacists. And it turns out that in 1967, there was a communist, I can't remember the correct name for it, but it was they have a name for it, but basically a conference, big communist conference in France in 1967, and all people from all those groupings attended it and went back and were told, right, next summer, we all kick off at the same time.
Yeah.
And the backdrop of all of this is communist Marxist, and they have went in and sold that story to the people below them. The way this pyramid works, the people at the top know exactly what they're doing, and they have got thousands of worker bees that actually think they're fighting for the Basque territories, for Ireland, for Quebec, for women's liberation, for black liberation, for whatever. And they're all just doing the whole communist thing.
So it was one massive divide and conquer.
Yeah.
All in one moment.
Yes, and they were looking for in 1968 people everywhere to rise up and overthrow all their governments.
This is what I find sad, because if I'm proud to be English, right? As no doubt you are. Mm-hmm. The saddest thing I find in our history is our relationship with Ireland. You probably disagree for your own reasons, and you probably know more about it than I do. However, at this moment in time, we are all in the same boat.
See,
Yes.
yes, but here's the thing. Ireland's Ireland has Ireland has been two separate communities living in the one
Yeah,
Ireland
no, I get
island.
that.
Right.
What I'm saying is the people of Ireland, even all of them, those that want to be a united Ireland, which I disagree with, same as you,
Mhm.
they're being sold the same fucking shit that we are, and they're taking it.
Yes.
At this moment in time, we have a common problem. This is not the, we can this shit needs to be sorted out like it has done for the past fucking umpteen 100 years. Always has been. Yeah, it's a problem, but it's our problem. It's no one else's problem. But right now, we've got a bigger problem because if it carries on the way it is, our problems ain't going to matter. Our problems will make no fucking difference.
Here,
They're going
here's
to solve our problems a different way.
here's where it gets very pernicious, and this is a really worrying thing about it. Even if you ignore the fact that the Ulster Scots were here first in the Celts invaded, if you ignore that, if you go with their version of history and the plantation, the white British people in Northern Ireland are still called planters by the people and by the Irish nationalists, right? Now, see if you rock up from China, Eritrea, Sub-Saharan Africa, anywhere, just by standing on that green land and breathing the air, you're Irish to them.
Yeah.
And that is...
Same here.
Yep, that is scary. And the problem with this is the chances of the working class people in Ireland getting their heads together, I don't know. It would be amazing what would be possible if we could get rid of the fucking Marxists that are masquerading as Irish nationalists.
Yes.
There is a proper Irish nationalist movement developing in the Republic of Ireland. There are people that have ideas around controlled borders and having an Ireland for Irish people, who, by the way, I could get on with very, very well.
Everyone should have a homeland. Everyone.
Yeah, I could get on with them very, very well. But the Sinn Féin ones and the Irish Republican Socialist Workers' Party, or whatever they're called, they have decried those Irish nationalists as Nazis and fascists.
Well, that's original.
Yeah, yeah. No, well, this is it. It's the same. It's exactly the same shit. Here's the other thing. Whether you're in Ireland, England, France, Australia, Canada, America, you don't find it very strange that all those left-wing protesters have the same fucking chant? They have their chants all have the exact same rhythm.
Yeah.
Ba-bump, ba-bump, bump, 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 bump. No Trump, no wall, no USA at all. It just go like about three chants and they're the same everywhere, and the fucking words just get changed.
Yeah, this may come as a shock to all of you, right? But I'm not a far right-wing Nazi racist. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not, right? I'm here talking to all of you because I'm a liberal. That's what I actually am, right? But I believe in nations and nation states and people having a homeland. That's what I believe in, because that's how the world works. Nations fall out with each other. Yes, I understand that. But,
Yeah.
Everybody deserves a right to a homeland, to a community, to a culture. That's what everybody deserves. That's how the world has fucking always been. Right? I understand that. China should be China. Russia should be Russia. Iran should be Iran. Ireland should be Ireland. The UK should be the UK. That's how things are. That's how it works. That's how the
Yeah.
fucking world works. It's quite simple.
I seen a video of a bunch of people in Birmingham, I believe it was, but it was somewhere in Great Britain. And they were doing this sort of dance with a chant, and they were slapping their chests and all, and they looked like they belonged in Turkey. And I was thinking, if I was on Turkey on holiday or traveling or whatever, and I seen that on the street, I would love that.
Respect.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. I would love that.
Yeah.
But it's in the wrong fucking place.
Yeah. I've got no issue with anybody coming to my country and making a go of it, because that's what my country's about. Always has been. Most of Europe has been, but the UK especially, which is how come we end up with empires. You come here, you make a go of it, you join in, you take part, you make an effort, crack on. Good luck to you. I've got no problem with anyone that comes here and does that, of any creed, colour, religion, or whatever. Good luck to you. It's what we're about. It's the millions of people that come here and just want to fucking loaf off the welfare state. No.
Yep.
No,
But-
my country has a welfare state because of the system that it built for itself, to serve its own people, to bring everybody up. That's what the welfare state is about. It's to bring your own people up, because they're your people. They take part. They put in. That's what it's for. So don't just get here and expect a handout. That's not what it's for. That's not what it's about. That's not why it was built. Simple as that.
Yep. I totally agree. Sorry, I need to do a really large cough there. But the other thing is, if you come to this country and there's things going on that you're not on board with, I get that if you're from China, you're probably not going to want to go and see a nativity play. Right, I get that. But do you know what? You don't need to go.
No.
If you're from somewhere else and you don't want to go, you don't want your kids to go and visit Santa Claus in a fucking shopping center or whatever, that's fine. But don't tell us we can't have it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Exactly.
Come here. Take advantage of our good systems to better yourself. So long as you work hard to do it, all good. But and yeah, you don't need to be Christian. I'm not bothered. That doesn't matter. But give us the respect that you should, because our culture has worked. You can't say that the European culture hasn't worked, right? If European culture didn't work, Britain wouldn't have an empire, Germany wouldn't have an empire, France wouldn't have an empire. None of that would have happened if it didn't work. But it did. So therefore, when you come here, it's just like if you go to someone else's house, if they say take your shoes off, take your fucking shoes off. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's also a matter of numbers. There needs to be some form of a limit of how many people can actually come into this country.
Yeah,
From
because
outside.
they will build communities, but
Yeah.
And yeah, the issue is what they do is they congregate in one area, and all they do is they turn that area into where they came from. Well, if you're just going to do that, why'd you come? Well, what was the point? If you're going to turn the area you live in into the third world shithole you came from, why did you bother coming? Because all you got is the third world shithole you come from, but it's the weather's shit. It rains more.
Yep.
So why'd you bother?
That is a major problem. And what I think Labour have, and to a certain extent the Conservative Party, definitely the Labour Party, definitely the Greens, definitely the Lib Dems, all those left-wing people that think they've got a voting bloc, what they haven't realised is we're not far away from the point where they will be their own voting bloc for their own candidates.
Well, Labour's tucked themselves up nicely because they've gone full on for the minority voting bloc of people that have moved into this country, while still trying to stay true to the LGBTQ community, and they can't reconcile those two communities because they don't get on, right? The influx of people that come into this country don't want critical race theory. They don't want drag artists doing story times for the children. They don't fucking want that. They're not going to, not only do they not want it, they're not going to have it either. They will not. They just won't. So they've stitched themselves up fucking primarily. I don't care if we have a general election, Labour get in, because they won't be in long, because they've done themselves up.
Yeah, but at what point are our minority communities going to start forming their own political parties? Because I don't think that's far away.
They do. They are. They're taking over. They're taking over sections of the Labour Party right now. Like, you know, the places like Leicester, it's a Labour MP. He doesn't believe in LGBTQ.
Yes,
he's not
but
having any of that.
Yes, but whenever they start up the Caliphate Party,
they will, and because of the way things work, you will end up with a Caliphate Party.
Yep. But I don't think Labour have thought that far ahead, because at the minute Labour's being used as a vehicle.
Yeah.
And whenever that vehicle has served its purpose.
Yeah, the Labour Party is done. It's over. They just don't know it yet.
Oh, here's Axel. But Axel,
yeah,
did you drop yourself out, or did I kick you by mistake?
No, what happened was my internet went down and I didn't realize. And then I tried to log in again, and it's just I lost the stream. But thanks for giving me the ropes again.
No worries. I've
been listening to what you've been saying, and it's all making good sense.
Where's there one day Antifa will be Nazi scum. Well, they just keep on. Well,
so Billy Bloggs has just put in the chat. It's pathetic that you have to rely on ISIS to stick up against transitioning your kids, which is happening in America. In America, they got the FBI onto parents who were against critical race theory, didn't they?
Yes.
And they were labeling them as terrorists. As soon as this happened in a Muslim area, the police turned up and arrested no one. The whole community of parents stood there shouting at the school board, "You're out, you're done, you're knackered, go away." The police rocked up and went, "Oh, sorry, we're not going to arrest anyone." Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because everybody in the audience had a little hat on and a beard. So, I'm sorry, we can't arrest them.
Well,
that's too bad.
Well, here's the thing. If there's an organization called Gays for Palestine, right, and see if Gays for Palestine actually made their way to Palestine, they'd have to move to Israel.
Oh yeah. Well, they get free flying lessons for starters.
Yeah.
All the
Yes, they would.
No,
They would get a free flying lesson. You
not
know,
that I agree with that, by the way. I just want to make that point clear.
no, I have been, I've been, I've been against throwing men off the top of buildings for loving other men since the minute I found out that it was a thing, which was round about 2012.
Yeah,
And the first time I heard that, I went, "That's wrong."
Yeah.
of course. It's barbaric.
Yes. Movember's going to get interesting. So I'm going to end up talking about all this shit during Movember. But it turns out that it is men that this happens to. It doesn't happen to lesbian women. This is
Well, that sounds sexist.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. In order to end up with that problem, and the big debate in the Islamic religion is whether you should throw them from the tallest building or stone them to death. Right?
That's a tricky one.
Right. But the debate doesn't go past that. They all agree that these people should die. Now, in order to find yourself in that problem, you need to seem effeminate and too touchy-feely with another man. Now,
Have they seen Premiership football?
right. Well, but here's the thing. See, because of the way the Islamic societies run, with the segregation between men and women spend a hell of a lot of time in their own isolated area, and for two women to be inside a house for half a day on their own with no supervision, that's fine and normal. For three women to do that, for four women to do that, so they can conduct affairs and whatnot with other women and not get caught, whereas men do not get that privacy. And if they get as much as a whiff that a man is too effeminate, he ends up tied to a chair on the top of a roof. It is the reality of that. The other thing,
Very much a reality.
Oh,
especially in places like Iran, as for starters, and Saudi Arabia.
No, but having said that, if you're in Afghanistan and you're a full-grown adult male who goes to somewhere with 10 to 15 other adult men and they pull out a prepubescent boy, 5 to 13, and put makeup on him and have him dance for you, and then you fuck that child, that's apparently not homosexuality. That's okay. That's a whole.
There's a gap in their logic there, and they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah,
it's just hypocritical and contradictory.
Yeah,
I know those dancing boys. I think they're called the Bashi Basar or something like that. Yeah.
It is fucking nuts.
Yes.
You know what they, and strangely enough, see from they started bringing Afghanis back, because whenever 2 to 3 years ago, whenever the new Afghan was starting to go down, they started to bring Afghanis into Europe and America and whatnot. It's really strange, but the amount of young boys that were being abused went up, and the amount of young girls that were being abused went down. Oh, hold on. Honor killings. Right. Let me explain about honor killings. In order for something to count as an honor killing, you have to be killed by a member of your family. So if you're a man and your daughter or sister goes sleeps with somebody that you don't want them to sleep with, and you kill that person, you kill the daughter
in the middle of the street and set fire to her.
Yeah, right. Yes. If you that's counted as an honor killing. Now, if your daughter gets caught with a man that she shouldn't be with, and she goes rape, and you then kill the man, that does not go down in the books as an honor killing because they have not been killed by a member of their own family.
Yeah. It's like a sick, twisted logic, but I get it.
Yeah. So, and don't get me wrong, I really need to prefix this. I really don't think killing anybody over who the fucked is a good idea. I think all of that's wrong. But the way it's being portrayed is that honor killings only affect women, but it affects men also because they're being killed by the female's family on the basis of their honor has been damaged. But those deaths don't go into the figures in the same way that.
And I know that you don't mean this, and this is nothing to do with what you're saying, but those that fuck people that are underage deserve what they get.
Oh, right. Hold up. That's a whole different subject.
Yeah,
right.
okay. I'm just clarifying that. Yeah. Everything else going along with it.
Yes. Two consenting adults.
Yeah.
Go and have a fuck. I don't think either of them should be murdered for that. I can't see any world where that's the right solution to that problem. But I think what happens is we have a lot of men who are being killed for fucking the wrong woman in those cultures. That and somehow that doesn't make it into the honor killings bracket, and we've got a skewed set of figures. And the other thing that is
what you're saying, those that do have sex with people that are underage.
Oh, maps belong on a wall.
Yeah, and by their own logic, that's an honor killing, isn't it?
Yes.
If my daughter gets found in a room full of 5 adult men, and she's drunk and they're not, and they've all had her, that's an honor killing, isn't it?
Yes. That's exactly it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you know the thing is with these? It doesn't enter their minds with these people that there's nothing honourable about killing any member of your family. It's just a barbaric, superstitious belief, and it has no room in Western society. So that already off the bat is one thing which makes Islamic values incompatible with Christian Western values.
Well, see, PacMax has said almost exclusively women get titled as honor killing victims.
Yeah,
mostly women, but there have been men as well.
It's pretty much the same as, see in Great Britain, if a man goes and reports that he's been stabbed by his wife or partner that's female, do you know what that goes into the figures of?
What?
Violence against women and girls. All domestic abuse reports go into the violence against women and girls figures in Great Britain.
I would see that more as a misandry, but you say there it goes under violence against women and girls.
Right. Our domestic abuse laws are under the Violence Against Women and Girls Act.
Yeah.
Therefore, all the crimes for domestic abuse are counted in the Violence Against Women and Girls section. We do not have a Violence Against Men and Boys section.
Yeah.
And that's pretty similar to what happens with the honor killings. We have men that are being honor killed, but they don't make it into that sect. Here's another thing. Do you know that a woman can't rape a man legally?
I disagree, but yes, I've
Right.
heard that.
Okay. Right. Legally, the definition for rape in Great Britain, well, pretty much the world, is forced penetration.
Okay, can I just state at
Yeah.
this point, I have woken up with a woman riding me.
Yep. Right. Well,
That's
here's
right.
the thing. That is forced to penetrate and does not come under the rape laws.
Okay, I'm not arguing necessarily because.
To be honest, most guys, I don't think, would object to a woman coming
No, I
on
was
to them.
fine with that
I don't think
situation.
so.
Don't get me wrong. I took her home. However, other way around, different
Yes.
story.
Yes. The problem isn't necessarily even the activities. The problem is the way it's policed differently. We are supposed to be all equal under the law and have the same consequences and protections. And as the laws stand at the minute, we do not.
Yeah.
Billy,
Tuffy said something to me directly. Packer addressed the comment. I've always addressed the comments I've been asked to on the streams I've been on. Anything in particular, Tuffy? Sorry.
Right. Hold on, there's new comments coming in. Yes, that's about it, right? If she's got if she manages to shove something up your arse, then it'll come under rape. But generally speaking, that doesn't happen. Toffee, mate.
So now we're on to pegging. Nice one.
Yeah.
This happens when I'm on Danger's stream. You just get on the filth.
Yeah, but no, that's the only way a woman's getting convicted of rape. Because forced to penetrate is not classed as rape. Now it'll go down as some form of a sexual assault, but it's not rape. And the other thing is, the first thing you've got to do is get past the police that are taking the initial report and are telling you that you ought to be lucky. We have we had a court case where a 23-year-old woman had sex with a 14-year-old boy. And, well, the father said it was the boy's fault because he's a wee perv. Now,
yeah, all boys are pervs.
Yeah, but
tell me something I don't know.
Did the being a perv start before or after the 23-year-old woman next door started fucking him? Because, you know, and
so boys get sexually active and get hard on, and they're just like, "What the fuck can I do with this?" And they're not bothered.
Yeah.
Just as long as there's something they do with it, right? But to take advantage of that is rape.
There was a 26-year-old school teacher in America that got impregnated by a 14-year-old pupil.
Yeah,
and whenever
these stories,
right. Whenever that wee lad got to be 16 and got a paper round, they took child support out of it.
Yeah, it's rape. It's just what it is. So what you're telling me is sorry, not you. What they are telling me is a 14-year-old boy knows what he's doing. Yeah, suddenly he can't buy a gun, he can't drive a car, he can't drink alcohol, he can't vote, but he knows what he's doing. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm on board. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. No, fuck off.
Yeah. There's a reason why we have age of consent laws.
Yeah.
And
it works both ways. Otherwise, it's sexist.
Yep. The other thing I would do with the consent laws, we have a consent law where it's legal to have sex at 16. I would be putting an upper cap on the age of the person that 16-year-old can legally have sex with. It's something
Yeah,
like,
I've got no issue with a 15-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old
yeah,
or 7-year-old. But a 14-year-old having sex with a 21-year-old, yeah, I've got a problem.
yeah, where we allow sexual activity at 16, I would cap that at like 19. So you're gonna like 16 to 19-year-olds,
Right, so a 16-year-old could have sex with a 19-year-old that's legal.
right?
A
No,
20-year-old is not legal. Is that what you're saying?
well, yes,
Yeah,
don't know.
I agree. It's fair enough.
I think that going right, you're 16, you can now have sex with a 35-year-old. I think that's
No,
problematic.
no.
Right, so, but as it currently sits, that's legal. It's immoral, but it's legal. And I don't know how we introduce laws that would make that a better situation. Here, hold on, Paca. I think this is what Toffee was on about.
I don't even know what that means. Come here and take advantage of our generous system, you said, Packer. Come on now. Right. So immigrants is not about.
Right, hold on.
Right. So yeah, and I stand by what I said. I've no problem with immigrants coming here and working hard and taking part in our system. If they work hard, they do a job, they pay tax. If they get a job, they pay tax. If they start a business, they employ people. I haven't got an issue with that personally, right? And I haven't got an issue with someone that has got an issue with that. You're free to your opinion, right? If I went to another country, I wouldn't want to go and sit there and loaf off their system. If I went to another country and started a business or got a job and worked hard and paid tax, I wouldn't expect any shit. If I went to another country and started a business and employed their people and paid tax and paid into the system, I certainly wouldn't expect any shit from that country. Why would I? I think that's fair enough.
There are
but that's just my opinion.
Yep. I don't know. I think the immigration problems in this country have, I don't know, we've a problem in that we've imported too many people we don't need, that there isn't a viable job for.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Yeah. Our borders are open. If you can get here, you're welcome. Is apparently our current system.
Yeah,
I think that's wrong.
If you don't have,
I'm not a racist for thinking that. Otherwise, China's racist, Russia's racist, Iran's racist, everywhere's racist, other than Europe, apparently.
If you don't have a functional border, you don't have a country.
No.
It's pretty much as simple as that.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say to all these open border people, I hope they've taken the front and back door off. Hope they've removed all their locks.
With anybody that wants to come here and actually be a fucking doctor, actually be a GP, or actually be a solicitor. If you want to come here and join our system and take part and contribute, good luck to you. Fair play.
And you know what else should be one important condition with all these people? They first have to speak English, because I don't see why we should be accommodating everybody by offering a million languages on everything. One example is DWP. I had to call them recently for somebody, and I get the automated message, would you like to speak to someone in English? +1. And then I just thought, that is ridiculous. It should only be English one way, no options to speak other languages. That I'm against.
If you go to another country, you learn their fucking language. I mean, honestly, as a European, try this in France. If you don't start a sentence with bonjour, they get shitty with you. And it's their right to get shitty with you, because that's their fucking culture, isn't it?
Their language.
Right? Yeah. You can't just go into a bar in France and say, I'll have 2 beers, please. You need to say, please, first, because that's their culture and
Exactly.
they're entitled to it.
And you know what? Somebody will eventually tell you, it says, listen, if you're going to stay here, you need to speak the language. I will accommodate you
Absolutely.
now and again, but I'm not going to speak English forever with you. They will tell you. Because it's happened to me. I've had it before.
Absolutely. And you wouldn't go anywhere else in the world and expect that right, would you? You wouldn't
Yeah.
expect to move to fucking Timbuktu and just speak English all the time.
I'll give
and
you
have
one
everybody else
example.
accommodate you.
I'll give you one example. A country that, well, there's not as many English speakers like the Netherlands. Germany. Now, I already can speak German from my mother's side, but I see it often. A lot of people go there, tourists, and they ask, do you speak English? No, or only a little. So basically, if you're going to live in Germany, you need to learn, you need to use the language because they are not going to accommodate you. That's
Why
the
should
Germans being stubborn, but they're right.
they? Yeah, why
That should
should
be
they?
here as well. Yeah.
It's their country, it's their culture.
Exactly.
By all means, join in. You're welcome. But if you don't want to join in, don't expect to be welcome.
It's like all the
Counts
hospitals.
for anywhere, ever,
I think
anywhere. Isn't it?
Yeah. I think you find in hospitals down in England as well, the minute you go to the front door, it's welcome, and then it's like 50 other languages saying the same word. It's just too much. And it's just encouraging people not to speak or learn the language. It's just laziness, really. And then they come here thinking, well, I don't need to speak English. And if they do, they speak broken English that it's really hard for native speakers to even understand them. And then they get called racist for saying, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying.
If I go to fucking Wales, I look at the signs and I learn the Welsh name for somewhere because I know if I say the Welsh name for somewhere when I get there, they'll be impressed. They'll like that. And I'm English.
North Wales,
they're
it's
going to
apparently
struggle
North
to like me
Wales.
anyway.
Apparently North Wales is like that. They don't want to speak English. They would rather everybody learns some Welsh.
Yeah. because it's their country. That's how they do things. Shock horror. Bizarre, isn't it?
Welsh was the only Gaelic language that was granted a Bible and Book of Common Prayer by the Vatican in Welsh, in their language. The rest of the Gaelic languages never got one, and that's why a lot of them have went by the wayside.
Yeah, I have heard of that.
Why would you want to go somewhere and not try and endear yourself to the native population? Why would you? I know this might sound a bit odd outside of our circle as an Englishman, but why would you want to do that? Why would you want to go somewhere and walk all over their culture and not try and endear yourself to them? It's just mental.
It's just courteous as well.
How to make yourself not welcome, 101.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing I would do is our schools should be in English and only English.
Exactly.
Okay. You get as far as secondary school, you can do a French lesson, you can do German lessons, whatever, to teach people a second language. But if your kids aren't up to par with English, then they go to a different school until they get up to speed so as they can integrate into class and not slow people down.
Yeah. Can I just add something?
The same way as we get French or German.
Yeah, well, if a family moves from Bangladesh to Great Britain, they need to get their kids into a school that's specifically provided to teach them how to speak English, and when they get up to speed, they can then enter mainstream education.
That's a good idea, actually.
And all of our languages are provided in one language, that being English, because like where I live, it's okay. In London, there's places where there's schools that teach that are talking 13, 14 different languages.
Mm-hmm.
And
ridiculous. Everyone loses out in that classroom.
Yeah. Nobody's learning shit.
I know.
I'll tell you something else. Do you know what I would do? See if see if I was in charge, I'm pretty sure schools would be a thing of the past in about 5 years, because I would put all of the GCSE curriculum online and have centres where you go and do exams every June. There's a English exam, a maths exam, a fucking history, geography, all to that curriculum. And whenever you're 12, 13, you go online, you study all the stuff, you do the curriculum, you do the exams, you come out with the fucking qualifications, and you go on your merry way. And if you're switched on enough and capable enough to have completed what you should be doing from year 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 8 to 12 in 3 years, which is more than possible, because half of the crap that we're doing in schools have got no element to the actual exams, and then move on and do A levels after that. Away you go and get yourself ahead in life, because most of school is just a fucking indoctrination center. And if we paired that back to just doing the actual work for the exams, I think we would be in a much better situation.
Yeah, do you know what it's coming to, Fortitude? Digital schooling. They tried that. They realised during the lockdowns that they could actually keep everybody in their homes, have an internet connection, and do the lessons online. I see that as the future. But you mentioned what I was thinking there. I see that coming eventually in the future, that everything will now be done online, and you only go to a place to do the exams in person. Or
I lived that, because I've got a 9-year-old, well, 10-year-old son. I lived that in the last couple of years, and it's awful. No, that won't work.
It would never work. People would not allow it.
Here, for once, I felt sorry for teachers, because they fucking struggled.
Here, Packet, what age is your kid?
23 kids in the room online.
Here, Packet, what age is your kid now?
Well, he's 10 now. Yeah, just turned 10.
No, I'm talking for secondary school.
Yeah, and I agree. Everything you said is what I said earlier. If you go to another country, you join their culture, you take part, you integrate. That's how it works. I wouldn't want to move to another country, China, Russia, or Iran, as I've said before a million times, and not want my kids to learn that language. That's ridiculous, because that's going to fuck them up if they don't. If I move there and they don't learn that language, that's going to fuck them.
Well, the thing is, Paca, I've noticed a lot of foreign nationals. They come here and they just rattle on in their language to their preschool kids, and by the time the children start school, they don't even know a word of English, and then they have to bring in special translators. I see that as a very selfish move. You're not allowing your children to speak the language. You're just being selfish, keeping them in your own cultural bubble. If that's the case, I don't know why they even come here.
And trust me, if I went to another country, I would learn the language a lot slower than my kids.
Well, adults, they say, do learn a little slower.
I kind of see that, and it is a problem. It is an issue, as you say. But I would still want my children
still being selfish
to learn that language.
And in my word,
to go to school and learn how to learn in that language.
If I was in charge and a kid arrived for the first day of primary 1 and couldn't speak English, the parents would be getting a phone call, and they would be told, bring them back whenever they can speak English. And that's just the fucking start, middle, and the end of it.
Okay, then yeah. If I went to another country, my kids couldn't speak English, and I sent them to school, and the school said, "Sorry, your kids can't speak whatever language this is. You need to sort them out." Then yeah, the onus is on me to get my kids taught that language, even if I don't fucking know it. Fair enough, I understand. That's a good point. Then I need to get wherever I am, I need to get teachers that teach that language in to teach my kids that language.
Yeah.
Good point. Well made.
Could I just mention something to you,
Oh,
Packer?
here, hold on before you do that.
Yeah.
Rory, I only just noticed you in the background there now. Now, I know Toffee just came in because I've seen it, but the way this thing sets up, there had a bottom row going, and if you've been sitting there for a while, I apologise profusely.
Have you been sat in the green room a while, Toffee?
No,
Well,
Toffee's just...
No, that's absolutely fine, 42. Toffee and I were having a little bit of a chat in the conversation.
Oh, yes, I've seen that.
And with regards to Packer and X-Hull Viking, I think we're definitely bringing up the subject of ethno-nationalism versus civic nationalism. Yeah. So I was going to disagree with them and say, no, we shouldn't allow foreigners into this country because they will undermine our ethnicity. They'll have more children, and eventually we will be bred out of existence. But as you've let Toffee on, let me listen to what he has to say.
No, Rory, I second what you've just said, mate. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Yeah. Packer, mate, brother, scrub. I think you're arguing from a not intentionally, but a bit of a dishonest point of view. So say you're talking about you're happy with people being here. There's a big difference between, say, an Englishman being in India and, say, an Afghan being in England. What can they provide that we can't provide ourselves?
Nothing.
I just think it's a dishonest point of view, completely.
I'm not saying they can provide anything. I'm not saying that. You misunderstand. Yeah, you misunderstand what I'm saying. I draw the line is if you want to come here, you need to join in and assimilate.
Yeah, but they don't.
Right?
Yeah, but they don't exactly. You also admitted that they don't.
Yeah,
After you said it, a few seconds after you said that they don't assimilate. So why add them here? Full stop.
No, I agree with you. They don't assimilate. I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with that point of view. I'm saying anybody that wants to come here and assimilate in our culture and be part of it, and take part and assimilate. I've not got an issue with that because their children will grow up. Their children will grow up English with English values.
So what happens to the indigenous population?
See here,
nothing. Not much.
Well, of course it will. It'll be diminished.
When we've got expats, like English, British expats going abroad, we're not overwhelming their populations. But when they come here, they're completely overwhelming our populations. They're outbreeding us, and they just should not be here. Full stop, in my opinion.
The people that are outbreeding us and overwhelming us, they're not the ones that want to come here and assimilate and be British. That isn't them. Right, the expats.
Who do you mean then? Who do you mean? Who do you think sound to come here?
I mean the few. You're kind of not understanding what I'm saying. I mean the few that want to come here and take part in our culture, and take part in our country, and assimilate. Right, expats going to Spain are not overtaking Spain, are they?
So okay, would you be okay with
in Spain, but they're not overtaking, and I don't even mean that far. I mean the few people,
So people of European descent would be okay with you, Packer. Is that it?
See,
yeah,
right.
Because this country is built on people of European descent.
See,
is it not?
Here's another thing. Packer's talking from a moral point of view, but what makes yes, but
no, Packer, mate, you are, just to be clear, mate, you're a scrub. I'm not being funny with you. You're a good guy.
Right. See, here's where the problem is. Packer has really good points and a good point of view, but we are currently sitting in a situation where we've had fucking 40 years of overwhelming numbers, which is what causes the problem. If
Yeah,
we have,
just give us an example then. Who do you mean? Who do you mean that can come here that we can't train up ourselves? So, for example, I'm sure you mean like Chinese doctors, Asian
Oh, right.
doctors. We
Okay.
can train our own doctors. They
Yeah,
don't
so
need to
from your
be
point
here.
of view, no, from your point of view, there isn't anyone. I agree with you. We could do it all ourselves. You're absolutely right. I agree with you entirely, 100% on that point. We could
Well,
be
so why
totally
don't we?
Sorry?
Why don't we? Why don't we train our own doctors and nurses?
I don't know. I disagree with that point of view. We should. We should train our own doctors. I'm not arguing with that point.
well,
That isn't what I mean.
to be fair, I think the percentage of NHS workers that are not Indigenous, English, Scottish, Welsh, and Northern Irish is somewhere probably around about 2%.
Well, 42. There's just been a study released in the last few days that 2/3 of all surgeons and anaesthetists trained outside of the UK, and it just does not need to fucking be that at all. Bear in mind that they account for over 85% of gross misconduct in the NHS. These people.
And all that I understand, and I'm on board with Toffee. I agree with you. I think you misunderstood what I said.
Toffee,
all I said was I've no objection in someone moving to this country to take part in our culture. Like you wouldn't object to someone from this country moving to another to take part in their culture.
Yeah, but when we go abroad, we take money with us, like expats and that move to Spain. We take money with us. These don't. They come over here on a fucking jolly, just piggybacking off us.
That's what I was saying. I don't want anyone here that's over here on a fucking jolly. Trust me.
Well, like 99% of them do, mate.
Yeah, I know, and I agree. I had this argument with my
Put
brother.
them all off him. Just
My
think,
brother-
fuck it. Fuck
my
off,
brother
all
says
of
that
you.
everybody should move anywhere they want in the world, right? And I said, righto then, I'm moving to your house, and you can pay me fucking £100 a week and give me a mobile phone and free internet and feed me. And suddenly he wasn't so fucking left wing. All of a sudden that happened.
Yep.
And I agree with you. That's not what I'm saying.
Here, Toffee.
It really isn't what I'm saying.
Here, Toffee, just a wee quick one. A key part of that study that you just mentioned is in the last 2 days. I hadn't seen or heard that, so it's new information to me. So,
yeah, Linda, love, and as well, Packer. I'm not picking an argument. Please don't get me wrong. I'm really not picking an argument. I just wanted to counteract what you were saying. Just because you made a quote a bit earlier on, you said anyone who wants to come here, then you're welcome. And I disagree with it. I'm not picking an argument.
No,
I'm not that
because I
petty.
didn't say anyone that wants to come here is welcome. That isn't what I said. Anyone that wants to come here and take part in our culture.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's what you said. I disagree with that as well.
Contribute to what we've made, to what we've built, to what we've got. I've not got an issue with that.
I've got an issue with that.
Anybody that
Well,
says
yeah,
that shouldn't happen. But that's
well,
just my
Patrick,
own
what are you saying? From whatever country, sub-Saharan Africa, China, wherever, is that what you're saying? Yeah, they're all welcome.
Yeah,
Come
because they're leaving their culture to join and contribute to our culture, and I don't have an issue with that. I don't want them to bring their culture with them. I want them to, if they're leaving their culture to join ours and contribute to it, I'm fine with that.
My point though is, Packer, mate.
I want them to.
And as I said, I want to emphasise to Linda as again in the chat, I'm not being argumentative at all. They can't be us. They can't contribute. They can't become part of our culture. We're a thing. They're a thing. That's sort of the thing with ethno-nationalists like myself, my personal opinion. Stay in your own country, build your own country up.
And also that I agree with. You know, me and the Dalai Lama were on the same page, right?
See, here's the problem. Approximately, I don't know, 95% of the people that have came here, particularly from Asia, all 95% of the, if it's 95% of the people that have came here are here for a jolly fucking here to take.
Yeah.
If they're not, if they were got rid of,
yeah,
the conversation that we're trying to have with Paca becomes much less of a problem.
Yeah, agreed.
No,
You know,
it's millions a year, 42.
yes,
yeah.
I
No, I
know,
disagree with that.
and
I
nobody's
disagree with that 100%.
right. We all sort of want rid of those people. The question is, in an ideal world, if we get rid of that 90 to 95%, what we'll do about the 5% that are useful, for want of a better word.
Yeah.
Do you know what, lads? Like anyone who lives in it, I don't know. Obviously, 42, you're in East Belfast. I don't know where you are, Packer, and I don't know where you are, Rory. I'm in Liverpool, obviously. You've got to a point now. They've got signs up throughout the city, particularly in certain concentrated areas, in foreign languages, asking them not to dump rubbish because there's rat infestations. And it's just getting to the point where you're like, please fuck off, you people. Go away. Go back where you come from and stop ruining our civilization because I'm bored of it.
No, I agree. I said that. I don't want people coming here and building their own little countries in cities.
But that's what they're going to do inevitably,
I
Packer.
don't want that. That's no.
Oh, exactly. That's why you have Chinatown in every city in America, and look at Leicester, Birmingham, for goodness' sake.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that.
What?
That isn't what I said. No.
Well, you disagree that the Muslims have taken over Leicester. They've been doing that since the 1970s.
There's literally a gang war going on between Muslims and Hindus in Leicester at the moment.
Yeah.
On our shores, that my granddad built a Canadian spinning in his grave.
Yeah, which is insane for an English city that there's Muslims and Hindus fighting. What? It's just mental. Shouldn't
Yeah, but that's what they do. They've done it for years.
Yes. So those are not the people. I don't want.
So why let them in? Why let them in? You know they're going to do it.
Exactly. I agree. I don't want to let them in.
Well, you're saying them, but you. They've still got their culture.
No, I don't. This is it. That's what I said. I don't want them to bring their culture with them. I want them to join our culture. If you want to, if I want to move to China, it's because I assume it's because I would like the way they ran their country, so I would want to join that. Do you follow? I don't want.
I tell you what, you're taking it from a good faith point of view, like a typical white man, which is what we need to fucking get out of us, because nobody else thinks like what you're thinking. No other race, no other culture thinks like this. You're just being like a good white man.
I get that yes, and I agree on a general point of view. But there are those that would move here for the opportunities to build a business and to take part, and they do, and they have.
Build it in their own country.
Right, hold on. Outside of South Korea, if you take South Korea off the agenda, I don't think there's a country in the world that doesn't have some amount of immigration of some form. Now, there are questions about how to deal with, are these people allowed to buy land? Do they have to rent? What they have to do for entry and all that. But our problem is that we've already been inundated, and it's hard to have rational conversation. we need
No,
our
it's
current.
time to, I tell you what, 42, right? It's time to stop being nice and stop being a cook and stop accepting this shit because nobody else accepts it. So it's time to fucking get a spine and be like, you're not welcome here. If you want to be a doctor and a fucking architect or whatever, do it in your own country. You're not coming here. That's it. The end of it. We're 7.8% of the population, us. And if we don't do something soon, we're not going to exist in 3 generations' time. And this, oh, you can come here and you can integrate, isn't working. Fuck it.
Right, hold on. See if we just close down the borders now and say nobody in. Okay? That doesn't help us. That does not solve our situation. What we actually need to do is evict everybody that shouldn't be here.
Yes.
I don't
know why you do it, but you're right. Everyone should be here, and Tommy says everyone should be here, is different, and I accept that. But I don't think people that aren't English should be running anything in our country because it's our country. I agree.
Well, there's a whole lot of English people I don't think should be running around in England. A whole lot of Scottish people. The other thing, apart from evicting the people that shouldn't be here, we need to get to a point where unless you actually like this country, you're not allowed to hold a political office.
Yes.
And what a bigger problem is we have Scottish politicians who don't like the Scottish people. We have English politicians who don't like English people. We have Welsh politicians who don't like Welsh people. And we have Northern Irish politicians that don't like Northern Irish people. We have we've got politicians that are qualified to serve in the Houses of Westminster because they've been elected, that have been fucking convicted for blowing up people because they're British.
Mate, there's literally people in the House of Lords who have been convicted of sex offences. We've got such a fucking disgusting gang in Parliament.
I
agree, Tuffy, and I said at the start, the 650 fucking idiots in that House of fucking Commons, none of them should be running the country. I agree with you there. And the points made about common people, people that understand what life is really like running this country is true. And they should all be indigenous people, all of them. Because no one from outside our country has any business running our country. Nothing to do with them. They shouldn't be here for that.
Can I just say something there, Packer?
Sorry,
Packer. The only thing is to go on Oliver Cromwell and dissolve Parliament and start again. But that would be one way of doing it.
Yeah, that went well.
Yeah. Anyway, carry on.
I'm sort of. It sounds funny. I don't like the Windsors at all, obviously, that they've got so many dodgy connections. But in theory, I'm sort of like going out throughout the centuries. I'm a royalist in that
I agree.
They've got skin in the game. So you've got a politician. A politician can be bought and sold. But if you've got a royalist who's like, the next generation's going to have to, put up with the decisions that the older generation has made. But we haven't had that for generations since Queen Victoria. So,
yeah, Toffee, got a question for you. Well, a series of questions. Do you believe what the press told you about Hillsborough?
No, clearly not.
Right. Do you believe what the press told you about COVID?
Clearly not. No.
Right. Do you believe what the press tell you about climate change?
No.
Do you believe what the press tell you about what goes on in our parliament?
No.
Do you believe what the press tell you about grooming gangs?
No.
Right. Then why do you believe what the press tell you about the royals?
I don't believe what the press tell me about the royals. I don't like the Windsors. I like the concept of a royalist nation.
Yeah, but yes, but the people that you're getting the negative information about the royals are the same people who give you all the bullshit about everything else.
No, I've just said I don't like the royal family. I don't like the Windsors. I don't like them whatsoever. I like the concept of a royalist society rather than a politician who can be bought and sold. I don't believe any of this. I don't like the royals, mate. I hate the royals.
Yes, but the reason why you came to that position was by listening to the people that have told you the bullshit about everything else.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's through reading history.
Yeah, 42. But I mean, with due respect to you, the Queen's funeral, I thought was brilliant, but and the amount of people that turned out for that to support Her Majesty the Queen, after her death.
Yeah.
They were quite clearly sort of 98% white people.
Yes.
Supporting the monarchy.
What did you mean by that, 42? It's the infamy. I don't like the Windsors.
Yes, but pretty much everything you've been told about the Windsors has been told to you by the exact same people that has bullshitted you about everything else.
No, I've seen pictures of them with Jimmy Savile. I've seen them.
Do you know
I've seen them quite clearly, probably almost more than likely, kill Princess Diana. I've seen plenty of things I don't like about them that are independent of the media.
There's a lot of people have pictures beside people that they don't like, particularly at that sort of a level. There are events that have to be attended. There are, like, I've seen pictures of the Queen with Martin McGuinness. I'm pretty sure.
What's your point? What's your point? You were saying that I've been manipulated by the media about the royal family.
Yeah, I find it strange that people don't believe what they're told by the mass media about a lot of things, but they believe everything negative that they're told about the royals. I just find that strange.
As I said, I've seen it independently from media, the mainstream media.
Well, I always found it very odd, 42, that the Queen met Martin McGuinness after he blew up Lord Lillie Mountbatten.
Yeah, should a job that doing that involved meeting Martin McGuinness. It's as simple as that.
Well, I agree, but it doesn't mean that she likes him or agrees with anything he does, but it's to do with protocol and being seen as impartial. We can say that about a lot of presidents and prime ministers. They don't like the people, but they have to not let personal things get in the way of protocol. Simple as that, really.
You saw it's straw manning a little bit. 42 there, I don't get what the significance of Hillsborough and whatnot. I've independently nothing to do with any of that. I don't like the royals, like the Windsors, sorry, specifically.
Yeah, I just find it strange. I think that a lot of the people, maybe you've done some different research, but generally speaking, the people that don't like the royals have got all their information from the same people that don't believe other stuff that come from.
Yeah, that doesn't apply to me personally.
42. Did I tell you I met King Charles once?
Oh,
yep, back in shortly after the 1992 LA riots, and he was visiting the supermarket. I was invited there to meet him, and the reason he was visiting this supermarket, he wanted to know what the city of Los Angeles had done for the local people after the riots. And of course, they were the ones who burned it down in the first place. So I've never trusted him after that, I have to say.
It's come from their own mouths as well. It's literally, you can talk about the media, like misrepresenting them maybe. King Charles, as he is now, the first thing he announced as king was his dedication to a multicultural Britain. It came from his own mouth. Nothing to do with the media misrepresenting him. It came from his own mouth. So I don't like these people. Why would you?
I
like them when you throw a Roman salute to the 1940s. That's about it. I'm joking.
Personally speaking, I like the royal family. But then that's me. Everybody's different.
That's it. Opinion based, but mate, I haven't took me information from the media. I've took me information from what's come out of their own mouth.
Just two things to clarify my position. Firstly, I'm not a royalist, but I do believe in the royal family. But I don't think they've done a good job in the last 40 years. And secondly, I don't think anybody should be moving to any country in order or with the intention or the end result to rock the boat of that country.
And to set up their own communities as well.
Like if I moved to China, I would want to be. It's because I would want to be Chinese, not to rock the boat when I got there. Do you follow what I'm saying from that point of view?
Still sort of no, Packer, because it's a false equivalent. Because we're not moving to China en masse. We've got people moving
and I realise
here
that, and I
en masse.
agree with you on that. I totally agree with you. Right, we should shatter borders. I agree with you. We should do that. We should be very, very selective of who we let in and for what reason.
Well,
I'm 100% with you.
A typical example of that is Hong Kong. We went to Hong Kong, as English and Europeans, built it up. It became what it was. And then after our 100-year lease or whatever we had, we gave it back to China. And suddenly now, or last year, Boris Johnson has turned around and said, oh, we have 500,000 of you can come in. No problem at all.
Yeah, I disagree.
That makes no sense to me whatsoever. They should stay there. We built that for them. They can continue it.
Yeah, can I just say about Dawn's comment there? It's inevitable. The boat will be rocked. People want whatever is best for their own kind. That's true of everyone else apart from us, because we've been brainwashed by our media not to think that. And no offense, Packer, but I think you're the prime example of it.
I assure you I'm not. I have an in-group preference, like everyone else. I'm sorry that you think that I don't, but I have no issue with people moving about, but not en masse, not to affect the culture of where they're going, not to take over. I disagree.
Do you know what I think's happening here? We're having issues because we're not left wing. If we were good left wingers, we would all have the exact same fucking hymn-sake, and we've all got a very slight variation on the same sort of idea.
Yeah, you're right, mate. It's healthy. Healthy disagreement is good.
Yeah, Toffee, I'm not offended because I like you. I know that I agree with you.
And just so everybody in the chat's clear and everybody listens back, that's all that's happening is we're not left wing. We've got different opinions and we are chaffing them out so that we can actually understand different perspectives and maybe let that percolate. Maybe some of her ideas will change. Maybe they won't. It's hard to know, but just we're not we're not having a major fallout.
No, we're all gentlemen here. Real.
Yeah.
There's one thing I'd like to say to Packer 42. I definitely agree with him in his choice of lighter. I've noticed him using his Zippo during the stream, and they are definitely the best lighters in the world.
Well, that's a start, isn't it?
Do you know,
Yeah.
really, like from just a little sort of sentimental perspective, talking about the Royals, just to go back to that. The Queen had a video a few years ago she done with Paddington Bear.
Yes.
I found it quite moving. I watched it when she died, and I genuinely found it quite moving. I just thought, like, oh, this is us. This is us. This is the British. This is us. I didn't know. I find it moving, like, sort of like
Yes.
a matriarch in a mad way.
Yeah.
Well, look, she has been on our money for all of your life.
That's it. You see her face every day.
You know, and she's been here a hell of a long time. And I don't think she has been helped by people around her to a certain extent, because she has spent the last, I don't know, how long was she on the throne? 70 years. She spent 70 years having private conversations with a shit ton of people from the army, from medical professionals, from all different walks of life. And she has never once spoke about, and with the Prime Minister every week, and she has never once told anybody what was contained in any of those conversations. And that gave everybody a opportunity that went there for an audience about whatever to be brutally honest with her about the state of the country. And I believe that she trusted them to give her the honest state of the country in order that she could use her soft power, because she has to be apolitical. And I think those gutless bastards have failed to tell her what's really going on.
Yeah, maybe so.
You know, like whenever there was a regiment that was getting new colours, and the two commanding officers went in to meet the Queen to have the colours blessed and have a talk about that. But what they needed to talk about on the official stuff would have took 10 minutes, so we're there for an hour. And they had the ideal opportunity to say, our squaddies on the ground that are coming in are telling us X, Y, Z, and that's what life's like in working class Britain. But they never did that.
Yeah.
And they also had the fact that by that stage, she had 50 years of having all these conversations and never once divulging what was said. And if she's ever asked about what anybody told her in any of those, she says can't talk about it.
Well, as you know, 42, like I've maybe a bit of a character flaw of mine. I've gone, if you can use the extreme word, I've gone full on extreme. If you can, to put it in an analogy, say you've got 10 Rottweilers and 9 of them are friendly, but one of them isn't. Don't let any of them in. I've just got to that point. Don't let any of them in. Fuck them all.
Well, here's the thing. What you're currently experiencing is called situational anger. And it's correct. Right. It's correct that you're angry. But it's not the position you want to stay in, because it's not healthy for you. Because that anger will become destructive if it
Well,
continues.
my anger keeps me warm at night, mate.
Yeah, well, there is the other thing that I genuinely think is where we went wrong is whenever we stopped drinking wine from the skulls of our enemies. It's it's a hard one.
Careful there, exiled Viking, if you can, the lad. Fucking hell.
You heard on the DJ?
No, I was just doing something, but I lowered the camera so it didn't show my ugly face.
Oh.
But yeah,
Right.
I just sort of think it's time to get extreme, if that's the word. I wouldn't even call it the word. I'd call it getting real. Be a realist.
Well,
personally.
Well,
no, actually, if I could just add something there, Toffee. I know I see where you're coming from, and yeah, I'm in a similar situation. Over the years, because of things happening and nothing much getting done about it, I have been seeing myself borderlining on the point of extremist thinking. But I do not act on my thinking. But I know what you mean. It's situational, and if the situation doesn't get solved, it manifests, and this rage just builds and builds, and it can be very dangerous. It can be. It takes a lot of willpower to keep everything in check, because you will go crazy if it doesn't get dealt with.
You know,
I did a table for this. Like I don't get blackpilled. Anyone like I'm on Telegram on that, and when people start getting a bit blackpilled, reading about these stories, like the recent one in France and that, I try and tell people, yeah, it's terrible. We know what's going on, but just try and look on the positive side of things.
I don't know. We need something done about our borders, and then we need something done about figuring out who's supposed to be here and who's not, and getting the people that's not supposed to be here somewhere else. It's, that does need done.
Yes, I agree.
I don't know how we go about it. I don't know where we get leaders who've got the testicular fortitude to actually do it.
It's a very difficult situation.
Yep, and the other thing is, if we could get the indigenous people here that disagree with that sent away somewhere with them, that would be a good fucking starting point. Because to my mind, the British people that don't like Britain and want the country fucking destroyed are as big, if not a larger problem than the immigrants.
Oh, they are the biggest problem, mate. These people. I fucking hate these people more than I hate the others. There's nothing worse than a traitor. If you got one in Minecraft, if you've got one bullet left in your gun, it'd be reserved for a traitor rather than your enemy.
Yeah. But the thing is, Toffee, these people, they are still our people, but they have been brainwashed. That's the difference between them and us.
Yeah,
they
true.
actually believe all this bullshit from the mainstream media.
And you can count literally my entire family and pretty much all of my friends in that category, unfortunately. I wish I could change their minds, but hey ho.
Yeah. And I think as well, the worst thing we could have now is that people vote in the Labour government, because trust me, if they get in, they're going to open the doors wide open. In fact, they're going to take the border doors off the hinges, and then we will be flooded in less than a generation. Mark my words. But there's so many idiots are thinking, oh, let's give Labour another chance. And I'm thinking, you clearly never learned from the last time round, or you probably weren't even born. But they're so under the illusion that Labour and socialism is the best thing for all of us. They clearly know nothing about a Labour government, which is why the Tories always come back. And then we have the same problem. People hate the Tories. Oh, let's get the Labour. People get sick of the Labour, then the Tories. I'm sick of all that as well, but there is no viable alternative parties.
That's it. Yeah, there's no one we can vote for. There's
exactly.
No one that will shut our borders. I'm in favour of that.
Right, lads, here's the crack. We are coming up on 4 hours worth of streaming, and it's coming up to 3:30 in the morning. And I'm still sober, and that's not good. So I would like to try and get this wrapped up. I've got myself I've got a new outro song. It's going to be a bit different. What about we go around and have something positive to say? I'll kick that off with what I found positive is we can all be on here, have slightly different opinions and thrash them out, and everybody's happy. So, Packer.
Thanks. Yeah, you know, I agree. Our borders should be shut. That's what I think. Fundamentally, the bottom line is our borders should be shut. And Toffee, Rory, we'll talk again. You'll find I don't disagree with you. Fundamentally, the bottom line. I'm sorry I came across wrong. You know, I didn't mean that. So yeah, you know, we're all here for the same reason. There's no one in our country that we can back that will do the things we want them to do. That's that. That's why we're all here. What we need to do is wake up other people to the point where they will take a stand, and we can get the things done we want to get done, that needs to get done for our country. That's me.
Yep, right.
Well, I have some good news, 42. My dog had an operation on the top of his head. He had this kind of large sort of wart thing. So we took him down to the vets a couple of days ago, and £400 later they got rid of it. But no, he's getting better now. We've tried to we put a bandage on it and this hoodie thing, but he keeps scratching it off with his back leg. So I mean, unfortunately, he's in one of those things you put around their neck so they can't eat or anything. But he's getting a lot better, and I'm sure with a few days he'll be back to normal.
I'm glad to hear he's on the mend. Toffee?
Yeah, second what Parker said, and a second what you said earlier, 42. You know, a gang of little stupid lefties who start shouting at each other like a pair of fucking schoolgirls. The gentlemen, and we've had a nice discussion. And I'm very grateful that you've let me on. Good with your dog there, Rory. My little puppy's just learned to catch, which is good news.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you for letting me on, mate. I always appreciate it.
Yeah, he's 12 years old, Toffee, so you know, he'll be all right. I think he'll live a few more years.
You know me, mate. I'm a big dog lover. It's my passion.
I know. I watch your videos.
Yes. Hope, lads, thanks every one of you for coming on. It's been really great. Brilliant conversation. And now I'm going to fire up a little bit of intro music and stick the comments up on the screen.
Yeah, I haven't asked XR Viking.
Oh, shit!
No, it's all right. No, I agree with
cheeky bastard.
Oh, fuck. Here,
no, I've just enjoyed being on, listening to all the debates, stimulating debate. And yeah, I agree with all of it. I disagree with some, but I'm not going to hold it against anybody because I like to listen to other people's opinion and hear what makes them click. But yeah, thanks for having me on, 42.
Oh, thanks for coming on. Toffee, thanks for bailing me out there. I'm sorry, I had the thing up ready for sharing and it fucking covers the bit of Bally Stop. I'm sorry, mate. But
God
really
bless
glad to
you,
have
lads.
you on.
It was an honour speaking to you. I love you all. Love all chat. God bless you. Much love.
Here we go. Oh, did that come up? It did.
To the town of Old Kenosha marched in trouble one dark night. A mob came in with gas and guns preparing for a fight. Had iron pipes and baseball bats, yet no one did a thing. Except members of Kenosha Guard with ARs on their sling. ARs on their sleeves. One of them talked to protesters and newsmen gathered round, while stopping cars and businesses from burning to the ground. He wore a first aid pack and though only 17, his fingers held the gripstock of an AR on a sling. AR on a sling. A roaming mob was smashing cars and starting bins alight. And when he doused the burning bin, they tried to start a fight. They yelled he was a traitor and cursed him to his face. His eyes were red and swollen from the pepper spray and mace. Pepper spray and mace. One of the mob became enraged and chased him down the street. Then threw a bag of water jugs which broke on the concrete. A warning shot from close behind forced him to halt his run and stopped the man who reached to grab the wrong end of his gun. Wrong end of his gun. The mob was shocked at what they saw lay stretched out on the ground. They yelled he should be craniumed, and so he turned around and ran towards the police down at the far end of the street. But following behind him were scores of running feet. Scores of running feet. He was punched and fell down to the ground, but dodged a flying kick. A skater ran and swiftly swung a skateboard at his neck. When Skater grabbed the gun barrel, a rifle shot did ring. The kid was down but tightly held his AR on the sling. AR on his sleeve. He set up fast to see a pointed pistol threatening harm. He'd only time for one quick shot, so he looked towards the arm. A well-aimed shot was all it took to neutralize the gun. The kid didn't walk towards the cops with no reason to run. No reason to run. Now riot cops and paramedics ran up to those around and tried in vain to help the two lay stretched out on the ground. All those who saw the kid that night learned one important thing. Don't underrate a patriot with an AR on the sling. An AR on his sleeve. All those who saw the kid that night learned one important thing. Don't underrate a patriot with an AR on his sling. An AR on his sleeve.
All right, everybody. Thanks very much to all the guests. Axel Viking, Roy, Paca, Toffee. I think that's everybody. They've been them. I've been 42. You lot in the chat have been fucking awesome as always. Good night. God bless. See you all next week.